Okay, so we're gonna start momentarily. I just want to play my favorite part of the song, which is the chorus, and then I'll let the chorus play one time because I am addicted to it. I know the song isn't for everybody. I am 100% aware the song is for a very specific taste, but I kind of love it. And we are on the day for Halloween. Let me see. The chorus should be around here. I'm gonna let it play one more time, and then I will get that out of my system and we'll get started.
And everybody have a good time. Halloween, dressed up like a teen. Wear a sheet, flap your feet. Watch out for the CIA. Watch out for the CIA. Government men run away. Want them to leave you alone. I want it so bad. I'm always so scared of Halloween night. Spooky ghosts and glowing red eyes. Enough is enough. I have to be tough. I'm always afraid on Halloween night. Teenage werewolves and donuts in the sky. Enough is enough. I have to be tough.
Anyways, hey everyone, we're going to be starting the stream. I'm going to talk about what this is. We'll get started pretty shortly, and then, yeah. So, I realized a little late, unfortunately, when I was calculating everything, I was behind on bills I have to pay. And that wasn't, let me clarify, the miscalculation wasn't entirely my fault. Partially what it is I had known, for those who don't know, I cover some of my parents' expenses because they are not in the best position, but that's okay. They do their own things. Quiet, Ryan? Am I really, really quiet right now? I feel like, according to my microphone levels, I should be pretty okay. But what I was going to say, though, I knew my parents had warned me ahead of time that they might need a little bit more financial aid when we got to the winter-fall season of the year. They have a business that they own their own business. I should clarify that. There is a really, really long story I'm not going to get into here. Basically, some billionaires a few years ago screwed them over, oil tycoons. It's a very, very long story. My dad went to court for several years, and they drained most of the money resources he had in his life. And the music was super loud. Okay, so comparatively, the music was loud. Got it. I'll turn myself up a little bit. But anyways. But they're doing better than they were last year. Last year I was a little bit more stable to help them out a little bit more, so they're doing fine. And I don't want to get into their old personal beeswax. They probably don't want me talking about their own personal beeswax. It's family stuff. Anyways, I've been financially supporting them, and I knew their business does worse in the winter season than it does during the summer season. And this year did better than last year for them, so that's great for them. But anyways, I realized a little bit late in terms of house rent stuff for them that they were $200 approximately behind what I needed to give them. I was like, oh no. So I thought about how to handle this because $200 is a lot, but also isn't a whole lot. And unfortunately, I don't have a spare $200 on hand to just give to them. So I decided I would be the internet beggar, as it says. So please draw me some change. I'll do my little monkey dance type of thing. I never like doing this. In fact, I hate doing this. I hate asking for things. I prefer to give things as opposed to ask for things. But I am in a situation I need to ask for things, so I shall ask. I don't like doing things for free, though. And I thought about whether I should do a game thing or a game development thing. I asked about this on the Discord last night. And the little bit which I can say about that is that, well, first of all, thank you very much, Mark, for, okay. Well, we're already almost to our goal. That's good. Thank you very, very much. I won't say too much, but thank you, Madeline. That is very close to the goal I need to do, actually. Anyways, what I was going to talk about this, though, is regardless of whether the stream does well or not, even though we're now already almost like now I only need $50 more. Well, so that's good. Anyways, talking about that, though, I'm going to be making a game. I thought about playing games, because I do have games to play. A lot of Kickstarter games I supported several years ago came out this month. Good Life came out. I do want to finish that. Well, thank you, Azzy. Good Life came out, and Elisa came out, and the new game from the I'm Scared devs, Mirror Layers, came out, and Fatal Frame 5 came out, and Azzy here was very generous to me today, as well as just the donation. They'd also given me encryption literally right before I started the stream. So it turns out I have a lot of games that came out this month, and I'm very grateful to that. So yeah, between old projects I kickstarted several years ago, like 3 of them coming out this month, and between people gifting me things because they know I like. Yeah, Fatal Frame 5 came out like 2 days ago on like everything. It came out on Steam and PS5 and PS4 and Nintendo. I think it's on Nintendo. Yeah, it is on Nintendo Switch. And yeah, that's okay, Azzy. I didn't recognize the name either, but I'm sorry if I did something. I won't say too much. Yeah. I'm terrible with names in the first place. However, regardless of anything, and even like I told myself I would do this all the way through regardless of how well or poorly it did. How have I not heard about this? Yeah, look, yeah, it just well, now you're updated. A lot of games came out this month. Fatal Frame 5 came out on most platforms 2 days ago. Yeah. Now I will say this, Fatal Frame 5 is probably the worst Fatal Frame game, but I want it to do well because I would like Fatal Frame to be a better performing franchise than not. The developers also hinted a little bit that if the 5 remake does well, they might remaster the other games as well, which would be great. So yeah, and you know, all the same, I'm a horror collector. Anyways, I thought about playing games or about streaming games or whatever, and I asked people, and I realized I asked kind of a biased place to ask. I asked the iGameWorks Discord, was the only place I asked, and I kind of knew asking there, most likely they'll answer make a game, because they're more interested in the games I make than me playing games. But that's what I got from the responses all the same. When's the VTuber stream word? Okay, Tom Bucko. I'm teasing you, though. Still, though, I'm going to make something. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow on Halloween. I had prior Halloween plans, and I'm not canceling them. However, though, I will be streaming today on November 1st, November 2nd, November 3rd, and November 4th. And that's the plan. And I decided, since I was going to be doing game making as opposed to game playing, though, yeah, I would just do that through these days. So we have the 30th, the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, and on the 4th, I'll stream the last stuff of the game and I'll release it. I've also decided I usually prefer to do game development stuff off a stream because I think some of it is boring as shit, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Some of it is kind of super repetitive, and sometimes I just kind of get into a zone. It's a little bit easier sometimes just to put yourself into a zone of doing something that's kind of tedious, but you need to do it. When you're just kind of like, you play a song in the background that's on like loop, but you can listen to it for like a good 60 minutes, and you get it done. I've determined, though, if I'm going to be doing this, I'm just going to make a game. I'm going to keep myself to the 5-day rule I'm giving myself. I'm going to stream every bit of it. And I will stream on today, the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. That is what I've determined for myself. Hey. I will be streaming today, probably around, give or take, let's see, since it's 3:30 for me right now, I will definitely be streaming till at least then. The least I'll be streaming is about 6 hours today. The most I'll probably be streaming today would be up to 9 hours. I will probably stream a little bit more on the 1st. I will not be streaming tomorrow, though. This will be happening again on the 30th, which is today, the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. And the 4th, I'll also release the game on Itch.io. So, yeah. I wish I VTuber reveal fun. I like, this is just me. I know if I wanted to be a successful YouTuber, some of the things I would have to change to accomplish that, but I kind of just prefer not having the screen stuff. I like having the game in the forefront. It's just a personal preference. I know it's not the more marketable decision, but it's the thing which I personally prefer. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm going to show the screen. You're going to see RPG Maker. I decided I'd open up a project I've already released. It's not what we're working on. It's just a project that's already out there, so it's not really spoilers. Then go out there for it. It's good old Decaying Delicacy. Voila there. I'll just press play so you can see its title screen. All good, all good. Hey, looky there, everybody. It's Decaying Delicacy. Where's my last save file? Should I show a spoiler for the game? Yeah, I guess I can start here. I need to talk about this. I asked to breathe. You stuck a pipe in me. Let's both hang. Fucking yeah, Decaying Delicacy might be headed. Let's just walk through here, don't we? Okay, this is a little bit of a spoiler. Oh gosh, the game's loud. Let me adjust the audio level. I'm gonna get caught here because this hanging guy is gonna probably come and get me. Let me turn the volume down to there. That's probably more manageable for you guys. Anyways, I'm gonna let myself get killed here. I'm just gonna see how he approaches me right now. See if you can hear him when he comes if you're paying close enough attention. I don't hear him yet. Maybe I could play a little seriously? No, I hear him. He's coming. Oh lord, he's coming. Where is he? Is he he did the drop down thing. I was wondering if he would or wouldn't. I'm just gonna don't give myself much time. Hi. I was hoping he was gonna do the drop down thing. Let me clarify something. For that specific enemy, he doesn't work off a super scripted platform. I gave him a little bit of free will in how he decides to approach things. He doesn't have to do the drop down thing, but I like it when he does it. So yeah. Hello there, Regimentos. We're going to be making a game in a few days. And part of it is because I am not in the stablest financial position. Though, we have already almost met my goal, which is more than I was expecting. So, that's great. Wow. In fact, we're very close to my goal. Oh well, that's great. We're going to still do the game, though. Now, let me clarify this. I'm going to be upfront here. I want this to be a stream game. This isn't me wanting to pick up some project. I could pick up a project if y'all want me to pick up a project, but some of you guys who've been to some of these game development streams I haven't finished before might know this. Sometimes I like to do streams off things I kind of already know I want to do. And sometimes I want to kind of do projects that I don't know what I want to do. Where is this game released? The one that we just saw, Decaying Delicacy. Well, if you'll give me a chance to plug myself in, if you don't mind. Let me just... Give me a second, I'll open up a new internet window. Teehee, you know me, just shamelessly going over here. I have several free games, like My Hole is a Mouth of Dirt, which you can play for free off Steam. This one, what's the review stuff? It's 92% positive by almost 140 reviews. Oh wait, is there a new review? I always like reading the reviews. Was there a new review since the last time I looked? There was a review today! I'll give you a thumbs up. I read a thumbs up on all the things. And now I need to translate this from Spanish. Well, I want to see what the Spanish review says. I read all of the reviews because I'm a dork, okay? If you write a review, be it positive or negative, I'll read it. From the creator of Red Haze comes a short experience full of abstraction, symbols, and atmospheric terror. The story itself is a critique of Christianity, especially the blind, conditional, and obsessive faith. But of course, there are more subtleties and mysteries than that. We're going to everyone except believers, I guess. Well, let me clarify something about My Hole's Mouth of Dirt, okay? I'm going to clarify something right here on stream. So, My Hole's a Mouth of Dirt. Yeah. My donation goal, it's not on the screen, it was $200, but someone was very nice and very, very early and donated 150, so we're about 50 late. You want me to post the link? The link is in the description, I should mention. In fact, I should have mentioned that earlier, shouldn't I? The donation link's in the stream description on both YouTube and Twitch, because this is being streamed on both. I believe, let me go get the link. Well, actually, I can find it on my YouTube. Anyways, you can find, it's not on Twitch. I thought I put it on Twitch. Anyways, you can find, firstly, my game stuff. If you want the game link, you can find all the games I've released on Steam there. The other side of things, which I will get, this is stupid. The easiest way to find the stream link, which you will see on the stream thing here, go to my channel. My recommendations are very odd right now. I'm using the link which I have always right here. I know that was linked to my game stuff. There's the link, and so it'll be easy for me to copy and paste it later. I'll put it in a text document, so I know where it is if somebody asks me for it. Okay. Anyways, we're going to be making a game. There's two links. Wow. All right. This is going to be very unprofessional. I'm going to warn you this right now. I admittedly kind of holding this together with string and rope, but yeah. It was very, very kind of the person. I'm very appreciative. Yeah. Now then, we're going to be making a game regardless. Again, it will be a game made in 5 days, including today, on the 30th, the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. I'll stream on each of those days. I will not be streaming tomorrow on Halloween because I had prior Halloween plans. But yeah. Going with that, though, I am doing this entirely as a stream-made thing. We're not making Decaying Delicacy. I know Decaying Delicacy is on the screen right now, but that's just because I thought it would be a good default project before I make a new project. Yeah, we're not working on Decaying Delicacy. This is the first screen of Decaying Delicacy. But yeah. So roll with and go with. Also, I like I know you know this, Neheeb. I like calling the maps fun things, like as you see over here: beginning, credits, opening, electric room, night stall. Let's begin the sweetness. Layer 1 tutorial, layer 2 bad trip 1, layer 3 bad trip 2 intermission, and there's others. But yeah. So roll with and go with. Now I need to listen to hear my favorite flavor. Whenever I think of Decay, now I want to hear it. Let me play it out. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. I'll let it play in the background as we're choosing this. So I'm going to make us choose several different aspects of the game right now, and then we're going to do bit by bit. I'm going to make this a stream-based game. I'll make decisions for myself where it seems fitting, but I kind of want to do a stream game. The last time I did a fully stream game was still Take the Dream 9, which I did develop the last bit of Take the Dream 9 entirely on my lonesome. But I did develop a lot of the early stuff with some stream intervention. So yeah. Doc, that wasn't a party. okay, poetic. I know the reference that you're making right there. To be fair, it's good on getting those central file names. It's part of the fun of these things. Alright, so what we're going to be doing first is deciding the perspective of the game. Let me share, we're doing this in RPG Maker MZ. That's the game that says that we're playing, but also that's the engine that we're using, RPG Maker MZ version, which is the newest version that still is under development, but part of the fun of these things. We have a question. We will be starting a new project, not a project I previously worked on. I might use stuff from other projects, but that's okay. That's fine. Let's start off with the first super basic question. I'm also going to turn the music down just a little bit more. So, first question. Are we making a 2D game? In fact, let me write this on this text document so you guys can all see it. Are we making a 2D game? Maybe I should make the font. Should I make the font a little bit bigger for you guys? Alright. Oh, I thought it looked a bit different than MZ. It's a little bit different, yes. If you know MZ, you can, or if you know MV, you can try and verse most of the MV stuff, but yeah. We have the 2D game, which I guess I have examples for most of these. We have 2.5D, and then we have first person. Those are the three perspectives we can choose. Now, before we pick anything else about the game, I know this is probably not the best way to make a game, but it's what we're starting with, because it's an interesting question to sort of put at the forefront, I think. Are we making a 2D RPG Maker-esque game? You know what, everyone knows what that sort of looks like, right? Now, keep in mind that all these can have different aesthetics. We'll talk about aesthetic down the line. This won't really change the aesthetic outside of the natural aesthetic changes that come from it. Are we doing a 2D game, in other words, a RPG Maker perspective, sort of top-down perspective, not directly top-down, like you don't see the top of somebody's head, but like a stylized Legend of Zelda, old RPG style type view? Are we doing 2.5D, which is more similar to Decaying Delicacy that we see right here? Let me just load a random save file. I won't have this game's aesthetic, but I think this will get the point across. Let me just load some save file. Which is not, it doesn't have to be this camera. I chose the wrong save file for this, ignore the questions I'm being asked right now. Let me load a different save file. It's not the best save file for my demonstration. Maybe this one. Which doesn't have to be this camera perspective. It doesn't have to be with what we're working with here, but it is sort of like a 2.5D camera. Ignore all the trippy stuff you're seeing right now. Actually, can I do well at this? Never mind, I got into the trippy zone. Don't mind me, though. So that's sort of the 2.5D look. It doesn't specifically have to be that aesthetic, that camera, whatever. That's just what Decaying Delicacy looks like. Then first person, which will be using a similar system, but will be controlling with the mouse from a first person angle. I haven't actually done that yet. I guess I did some of that for Found Horror Game 11.x, but I haven't really done a game designed with that in mind. I'm fine with any of the three of them. All three sound good to me. There's advantages and disadvantages to each of those, and generally they'll make different types of games. We can decide on whatever, though I am literally fine with all of that. Alright, so... Well, thank you very, very much, Ducks. I do appreciate it. Which means, yeah, we've met our goal. That doesn't mean I'm not stopping the stream, though. I determined to myself that I was doing this. So we're gonna do this all the way through. But the goal has been met for those who are curious. Alright, so we have a response here. As he thinks first person, then 2D, then 2.5D. And I go for first person since I've never seen a full first person game made by you. The closest we got was a Feast Your Eyes. Yeah, first person would be curious. See? Alright, people are curious about the first person perspective. I get it. I haven't actually done that, which means a little bit of experimentation. Now, the one, not really a concern, but the one thought I do have is that we do have 5 days to make this. And first person has a few little tricky things. I won't be able to do a high fidelity game. That is definitely for certain. There is a way to do higher fidelity in first person than the default RPG Maker pixely style. There's a way that you use like scaling with the 3D engine to have a more positive effect, you could say. True. That's alright. You can offer work too. Okay, Holly. Pat. We'll do this. Alright, so with this said and this done, I'm going to work, on a first-person game. So the three people I saw talk about said they want first-person games. First person. That's our first decision made. Now, fidelity, skimelody. We're going to be talking about this now. I'm going to try and make us go super fast so we can get started today and get stuff done. The bright side, I guess, about making a first-person game is I don't have to sprite the main character. That's true. That usually takes me a few hours. I can offer voices of Dumbo Octopi. There. I'm thinking about this for a second. The aesthetic is somewhat limited to what we can do in 5 days. I could use things I've made before, but also it's kind of nice to just do a sort of original aesthetic. Something probably simple, because the game is going to be a quick production thing. I've made games very quickly in the past before. Ryan, speedrun game making. Yeah, I appreciate the offer to make things as well, Grayson. Okay. I think with all my heart, a Fight with Dragons, the land. Why the fucking, what was it called? The Dragon Show that was on like PV forever ago. Dragon Tales, older with Dragon Tales. Come along, take my hand, let's all go to Dragonland. I don't know why that popped up in my head right there, but there you go. For those who know what I'm talking about, there's a little bit of nostalgia for you out of fucking nowhere. For those who don't know what the hell I'm talking about or singing right now, that was a very old children's program about dragons. They're like humanoid dragons, kind of. It was a cartoon, and they have these dragon badges that they talk about their feelings or something. Anyways, I can have support you. That's A-okay. Alright. Gonna wiggle these fingers. I guess a name, but we don't know what the game we're making about us yet. Now, I can suggest a lot of things. In fact, I could suggest a lot of things, and I may suggest a lot of things. But I want to first see, what type of game do you guys want to see right now? Now, also, even though I wrote down first person, this can change if we want to change what we're making when we talk about this in a second. I don't know what Kobold Twitter is. I'm not sure if I want to know. The word looks familiar, but I'm bad with names, and maybe it's just best I don't know. What I was going to say with this, though. To the question, what should we make? What would you guys like to see me make right now? I can give a lot of suggestions. In fact, I'm going to start saying really random things. But keep in mind, you don't need to take what I'm saying. I'm just saying things to get those gray matter creative juices flowing. I want to make a stream game. I want to hear what you guys are talking about. Write down literally whatever you guys throw at me, and I'll put them on a big old list here. And you guys know how I love to work with my list. I'll make a big old list, and we'll have some votes, and we'll throw stuff around, and yeah. Nihi already has suggested before I started throwing stuff out, this is torture-inspired game. That does not surprise me from Nihi. I know that Nihi was a very big fan of This Is Torture. And to be fair, this is torture. Was probably if I put myself dedicated to it, I could make it in a short amount of time. That actually probably would also work in first person. So, Anyways, I'm in the middle of creating my own Pokemon region, so maybe a beast game. Clarify what you mean by beast game. If you mean like Pokemon-esque, I will say this now, I doubt we'd be able to make a decent Pokemon game in 5 days. But if you mean something else by beast game, then I'm definitely willing to hear. But I want to make sure I understand what you're asking for here. Yeah, GameWorks dating sim. We could make a dating sim. That's definitely not out of the question. I've also gotten better at drawing recently. Dungeon crawling type thing. Alright, we got dungeon crawling-esque thing. I mean, these are solid first basic foundations. We can build off these in a lot of ways. Could I make a Pokemon thing? I'm thinking seriously about the Pokemon thing. It's not that I couldn't make a Pokemon game, but would it be possible in a 5-day span? That's what I'm mainly wondering. Sugary Sinful Girls, that might get me banned off of YouTube if I made that on stream. Hands on desk. Dating sim. Oh, another fan for the dating sim. A game around beasts, like maybe a legend or how to train your dragon-esque. Okay. A game based around a beast. I can do that. Since you mentioned Pokemon with that, I first thought you meant like a Pokemon-esque game. I don't mind making a game based around a beast. A choose-your-own adventure game. Cat Flap Intruder. Give me an example of what you mean by Cat Flap Intruder. I admit the first thing that came to my head was Flappy Bird, but I don't think you're talking about Cat Flap. Oh, you mean like a cat coming through a cat flap in a door to intrude a house. Is that what you mean? Am I understanding you correctly? I'm reading two different chats, so if you're wondering who I'm responding to, I'm responding to both the YouTube and the Twitch chat for the record. The YouTube chat's a little bit more active right now, but that's okay. It's because I stream more often on YouTube. That makes sense, right? Alright. Without obvious battles, you just need to do something interesting and atmospheric with that kind of setup. Makes sense? Hey, oh, Scout, it has been a long time. I will take your last few RPG Twitch fits. Thank you very much, though, Scouts. Nice to see you. Yeah, a Pokemon game would be fun, though. It would take a lot of work, though. Pokemon... Not saying that Pokemon's like the hardest game out there to make, but for a 5-day project, that'd be rather ambitious. Urban legends, that's true, and I love different interpretations of various urban legends. Let me read a little bit back. I also heard a goal was met, but still sense on the way. I mean, I appreciate it. I mean, I don't I'm not unhappy about receiving money. I will say that. All the same, if you're going on Daneson, then add the kidnapper. You really like the kidnapper, Nihi. There's a big bit of lore related to the kidnapper that I've had planned for a very long time. And to see whenever it comes to fruition, I'm curious, as the kidnapper's single biggest fan, what do you think of it? Creepypasta? Creepypasta can definitely be done. In fact, I would like to take a hand at a creepypasta game again. Girls' Graveyard, very lightly, was one of my first attempts at making a creepypasta game. It wasn't exactly that, and I was less skilled back then, because it was my second game I ever made. But I still like Girls' Graveyard, and I've remade it many, many times. So, yeah, you both said, like, creepypasta-like stuff. I'm perfectly okay with doing creepypasta horror. I think I can make pretty decent creepypasta horror if I do so myself. Okay. It has been a while since I've really attempted that, so I got that going for me. Yeah. I won't say too much. I was tempted, Nihi, to give you a little breadcrumb. I feel like the breadcrumb would be too much. So I'll just keep it, just say that there's big kidnapper lore that's been I've had in my head for a really long time, and I'll just leave it at that. Maybe a spin-off game of one of your characters? You know what? That's not a bad idea, because people, I mean, not to pat my own back, but I think something I am pretty good at, partially because I think about these things way ahead of time. I believe very much in the idea that games, if you're the game developer, you should know a lot about your own world. You might not know every single detail, and there's things that, of course, you figure out and change down the line. That's just natural part of the creative process. But I think a lot about how things interconnect. Like, My Hole is a Mouth of Dirt, which was a game starring Simon from Close Your Eyes, who appeared previously, was an idea which I had around the same time I made Close Your Eyes, because I wanted to flesh out more of Simon's character in my head and who he was, where he came from. And even though Close Your Eyes doesn't give you a whole lot about that story of Simon, I designed a lot with it in mind, and I think that helped when I worked on My Hole is a Mouth of Dirt finally several years later, because it doesn't conflict with anything that's in Close Your Eyes. In fact, some things in Close Your Eyes makes more sense because of My Hole's a Mouth of Dirt. And that didn't really make a whole lot of sense at the time because I had planned it out around the same time. And I do that with a lot of my characters. What I try to do whenever I make a character in one of my games is I try to imagine what a game with them might be like, just to sort of give a better idea in my head how they fit into the total universe of things. Now, if I ever explore the ideas I think in my head about them, that's another question entirely, but it's a process that helps me. So yeah. There are things I decide down the line, but whenever I do this sort of thing, I try to think about these things. And I think it's important, and also I'm a person who's a stickler for details. Here's a true thing. In my dreams, I notice that my subconscious tries to figure out logic that I can believe. This is a little bit hard to describe, but I used to have this thing in dreams. Whenever I had a school dream, let's say my high school does not appear as it does in real life in my dreams. It only appears as this exaggerated version of my high school. But the thing is, that exaggerated version of my high school is consistent between all of my dreams. Whenever I have a dream about my high school, it's always the same version of my high school. Everything's laid out exactly the same, and my brain seems to be a stickler about this weird fake layout of the high school, which didn't actually exist in real life, but exists anytime I go to my high school in my dreams. On top of that, whenever I used to have a dream about my high school, I would always wake up because I would always start questioning things, because I would always remember I wasn't in high school anymore. So I would realize I was in a dream whenever I had a high school dream, because I realized I wasn't in high school anymore. Until my dream self made an excuse that happens now anytime I dream about a high school, which is to say that, I need this excuse that doesn't make any real-world sense, but my dream self buys it, so I don't realize I'm in a dream. Whenever I question why I'm in a dream, now whenever I have a high school dream, I start off the dream by going through this process, which is like this weird made-up excuse of why I'm going back to high school and why it's okay if I leave high school randomly. Anyways, it's a little bit weird to explain, but my dream self and my subconscious seems I'm a stickler for small things adding up to me, and I guess that presents itself in my works. So there's that. So I think a lot about these things. Maybe a spin-off game. Anyways, that was a really long explanation just for me to say spin-off game off a previously established character. Dream game stuff. I don't mind a dream game, but I will say this: dreams can be expansive and they can be as big or small as you want them to be. Let me see. I'm also going to throw a few things onto my own maybe list. So, but if you guys keep on throwing stuff, I think there's some interesting things that could be built upon a lot. Even just, no matter how specific or how broad the concept is, that's okay right now. We haven't made decisions, which all of these can be built upon. I can see all of these being built upon, so that's the spirit, really. Now, let me see. I kind of really want to make a really quirky character house game. let me word that better. That makes no sense except to anyone but me. If I had to word that a little bit better. Oh, Christmas is not a bad one. It's a little bit weird making a Christmas horror game during Halloween. You mean like a classic survival horror thing, like with fixed camera angle stuff? I could actually do that. Alright, I'll write down survival horror that can be built upon. This is Torture House. We do have This is Torture. Yeah, this is Torture. Oh, okay, the regimen is. Quirky character house game. Let's replace that, though, with... Well, Christmas is... I guess the stores agree with you, Lathe. Christmas is not the next holiday, even. In America, we got Thanksgiving first. I know that Canadians already celebrate their version of Thanksgiving, but yeah. Mousy the Mole, welcome to my Twitch. Okay. Alright. Please love my computer game, 101 floor game, but fully fleshed out into a game. Let me say something, Nihi. One thing you're very good at, probably because you're also developing RPG Maker, is you have a good concept of what could be done in 5 days. Because yes, you could definitely make... I could probably make a pretty good game off of a simple concept and add more to it to be a pretty meaty, fun experience. That is the truth of it. When someone say this is torture, they did say so in the Twitch chat. Again, I'm reading both chats, so, you know. Let's see. Let me clarify what I mean by quirky character house game. Zany world with zany characters that's weirdly horrific in a house. That's... I could explain that a lot better, but I'll know what I mean whenever I go over this again, so... Hip, of course. That's what I'm just sharing what I think, Nihi. That's all I'm doing. Alright. So, next up, to think about. I have not seen 12 Minutes. Is that the game that came out? I'm actually spoiled on that because you're talking about the game that was like a 12-minute loop. I get that. That said, that game did take them a very long time to make. I know that because I saw it at multiple E3s, several years in a row. I know what you're trying to say generally, though. I think I'm going to keep that under the choose your own adventure thing. The time limit thing would probably take a little bit to establish by itself. It's not impossible. In fact, I even know exactly how to do a time limit game. In fact, I want to make a time limit game someday. But I'm not sure if a 5-day limit or a 5-day game thing would be the best idea to do a time limit game right now, because I would have to figure stuff out about that in the process of. M went on a big rant to me about the 12-minute game before, and I will admit that turned me off a little bit from the game. But hey, what have you. The concept doesn't turn me off, though, so yeah. That sounded more sexual than I meant it to sound, whatever the case. I'm gonna think very, very seriously. Kinda, but that's not like a hard-coded within the game thing. I could have hard-coded a time limit within the game thing, but that's more with what that is. We'll talk about below just another time. Right now, my lips are sealed. I repair with the repairing mantis, not by name. That said, describe it to me, because I admit one of the areas I'm weaker in is names. Sometimes I know a thing, I just don't recognize it by name. I can Google it. Did I close my internet tab? I guess I did. Let's get one there. Let me open this up here. I'll keep the internet thing open just in case I need to look up anything. Okay, let's do the repairing mantis. Oh, I have not heard of this game. That said, I like mantises and horror games. I will add that to my wish list. I could have some cool voice acting. In fact, you saying that, Grayson, I could make Oyoni but better. I could make Oyoni but better. I could do that. I know how to make Oyoni but better. Someone hired me to make Oyoni but better. Rose goes. I think I could do it in 5 days. And I'm dead serious about that. I'm not joking. I think I could. Oh, that reminds me! I want to kick that game's ass! Let me fucking... let me clarify something. I'm not this aggressive as I may sometimes pop up here. But sometimes I find a good creative outlet is to find something which you realize you could do better. And then get really... playfully aggressive. I'm not actually mad at the game. I think the game did good for what it is, but I like being playfully aggressive towards it because it helps flow out creative juices. There's a certain energy that comes with playfully being aggressive towards something. I mean, no disrespect for the devs. I think they did a good job with what they did. In fact, I even liked it okay. But I'm going to be playfully aggressive because I know I could do this game better. It's also on Steam. What was it called? Fucking Home Sweet Home or something? No, it's not Home Sweet Home. Not that one. Fucking, what was it called? It does have House in the Name as an RPG Maker thing. Fucking Home... I swear to God, it's Home in the name. If I search up Home Horror, am I going to fucking find it? I'm going to fucking kick this game's ass. There it is that Home Alone! I thought about this when I played that Home Alone. I know for a fact I could do this game, but a shit ton better than it does. And I want to kick this game's ass. Yes. Anyways, at Home Alone, but better. Yeah. Anyways, that just came to mind because I was thinking I could do Ione, but that would be easier to do than Ione, but better. I'm not saying Ione, but better would be harder to do, but I could do at home, but better, a lot easier than I could do Ione, but better in 5 days. All the same, though. It's part of the fun of these things. If we decide to do that one, I'll rant about it later. I'll rant about all these later. Right now, we're just coming up with a maybe list. How many maybe lists do we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We're at 14. Okay. So I'm going to cut us off when we get to 26. Let's say every letter is in the alphabet. Right now, we're a little bit more than halfway there. And then once we have 26, we'll start narrowing. That seem good to everybody? That would be a fantastic gameplay, but would definitely not be a 5-day project made in RPG Maker. And it would be kind of hard to make. You'd probably need a team for that. A single developer, theoretically, I guess, could do it, but it would take them a long period of time, especially to reach the graphical fidelity of Resident Evil Remake. So, you know. Anyways, though, quirky character at home alone. I see the combinations doing there were Jamitos. Alright, so. Thinking. I have a lot of past ideas, but I'm not going to do past ideas. I want the stream suggestions. You guys want me to throw out more suggestions out there? I'll throw whatever suggestions you have. I want to fill in 26 slots. If we don't reach 26, that's okay too. I'll give us a time limit and a deadline. I will cut off us taking suggestions, and let's give us like 20 minutes. We'll cut off in 20 or so minutes if it doesn't reach 26. If we reach 26 before then we'll cut off then, obviously. Furniture enemies. I've thought about this before. Crazy at Fire, this is something which I have had in my head for a very long time, ever since Complete Isolation. And I've thought about doing it, but I will write it down. I wouldn't mind practicing with it. I have thought a lot about the topic of furniture enemies, actually. That's been a long-standing idea. There's some ideas that have just been in my head for a very long period of time, and furniture enemies is one of them. I've thought long and hard about different ways you could accomplish furniture enemies, like a lot of different ways. I'll talk about that if we decide to do furniture enemies, but yeah. Grayson, you remember the use me? Yeah, of course you do. Use me! Wasn't an opportunity to think about furniture enemies? Kind of, but I wouldn't really consider it what I want to do. You're thinking about, I've played it before. It's like this they have turn-based battles, and you fight a lot of chairs and other things. Unfortunately, it's not the most interesting way you can do furniture enemies. If you're thinking about something different than what I'm talking about, then correct me. And I don't remember the name of it, but I played this game, and you do fight furniture in that game, but that's not precisely what I'm talking about. Those were turn-based battles against furniture. And let's see. Well, just know I've had a long standing idea, like since 2013, about furniture enemies. With the original Complete Isolation, you can actually do. Anyways, we'll talk about that later, though. For right now, have you seen gameplay of Monster House? I mean, like, I know there's a video game based off of Monster House, but I haven't seen the game based off the movie. So, Doppelganger Syndrome game? Sure, I like Doppelgangers. Doppelgangers Syndrome game. Example of Fury enemies, and since it's first person, you don't know who to trust. Interesting idea there. That's almost like the thing. Vaguely. Let's see. The food you find is moldy and disgusting. Oh! That's the meat game! Okay. I'm gonna pull something up. I had the soundtrack ready for this. Sometimes I make up games I don't actually think I'll ever make. I know it sounds like, Ryan, what are you talking about? But let me talk about this. Red Haze arcade game. Yeah, I'll talk about what I mean by that when we get to that, but I'm going to add that to the list here. What about My Hole's Mouth Dirt spin-off with the plant monsters? The plant stuff will be explored on itself another time. Do I want to make a game about them right now in 5 days? Debating. But that does have something. It does mean something that belongs in a certain place. That was like a very vague statement by myself, but we'll roll with that as we roll with that. I'm gonna pull something up right now. Sometimes I have made up games that I don't actually think I'll make, but I just have it there because I kind of like thinking about it and have it in my head. And one such suggestion of a game like this, let me go fetch it. There it was, Eat the Meat. Eat the Meat. And I had the soundtrack right for it. In fact, I can play the soundtrack for it as we do this at the moment. It was a pretty good soundtrack. Yep. I feel like asking for more lore regarding Purple's girl is a sin. Oh my lay. I want to suggest because I just randomly do an inside joke. Meat puppet. I mean, meat stuff isn't. I'm not against meat stuff, apparently. I will at some point. I may not do it right now, but that doesn't sound bad. I don't recognize it by name. Maybe I vaguely know it. I don't know, but I don't recognize it by name at least. How many are we at? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We're at 17, less than 10 to go. Beefy cows suddenly eat you instead. Were you inspired by that thing that we looked at the other day? I don't mind doing horror comedy, but I don't think cows would be my first choice there. You know, I'm gonna spin off what you said a little bit and go in a different direction with it. Horror comedy, really weird, bizarre game. I haven't actually seen Squid Game yet, but Squid Game is just like a death game thing, right? The problem with that is that Squid Game type setup requires you to sort of establish a bunch of characters about it. And establishing characters takes a little bit of plotting and planning to do. For a 5-day project, probably a game with a large cast of characters would probably not work out the best. Only because there wouldn't be enough time. It would be hard to both plot that out and then execute it within a 5-day span. So let me see us walk out of the screen and dial in a sense of suspense. I like that song. Anyways, but there's other songs here. Let me just click one. Right, that song. Anyways, hey. Alright. So I'm going to think here very, very seriously. Not get distracted by a song. If I was making one of those hip-de-hop games, what would I make? Large cast games are not a very good... Wait. Oh, I could do that. So I'll have just the main 6 games without a whole 456 player thingy. I haven't watched. Don't say too much. I plan to watch Squid Game, but I haven't really watched it yet. I don't really know. I know a little bit about it, but I'm pretty good at not being spoiled on things. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let's see. What if you make a game that plays solely on the fear of heights? I do have a fear of heights. It's possible, but I feel like maybe RPG Maker MZ is not the right engine to capture it. I've played games that tap into the fear of heights. But, and a weird game that really got me with my fear of heights, which I was not expecting to, was American McGee's Alice. Something about some of the areas in that game really, for some reason, triggered my Vertigo fun, but all the same. I'm not saying it's impossible to do an RPG Maker MZ, but I was trying to think what would be like the best way to accomplish that. Still though? My. And that's okay. Walking simulator, I do like. I haven't done a full-on walking simulator. I really like walking simulators. Walking simulator. You can't do 3 things that I would fucking love to make, and I'm a nerd enough that I know exactly what you're talking about to teach them. Experience game. Or we can make a slasher 80s puppet combo style game. or we can make an abstract, surreal art experiment game. Alright. Grayson, I have only listened to one episode of Magnus Archives, and my impression of Magnus Archives and the one episode I've listened to, Tapers I'll take though. Tapers game I'll take. If I fucking add in Pets Cop-esque game, I am at the point I can make a Pets Cop style game. I could. But for Magnus Archives, I've only listened to one episode of that. And my impression of it is that it sounds like a ghost story anthology. If you want me to make a ghost story, that would be what. If you asked me to make a Magnus Archives game right now, I'd make a fucking ghost story game. And by ghost story, I don't just mean stories about ghosts. I mean like the campfire type story type thing. Southern Talking Spider? Do people want a game about Southern Talking Spider? Hey, it's going pretty well there, Quentin. Right now we're brainstorming some ideas. I could do a Pets Cop style thing. I have the technology. It's the easiest way for me to word it. This hole was made for me. Oh, we could do a Junji Ito type thing. Junji Ito, black and white, strange phenomena game. Sure, that I could do that actually. Ideas about what game to make. Right now I'm making a stream dedicated game in 5 days. Not technically it's 6 days, but I'm not working on Halloween. I'll be doing Halloween things tomorrow on Halloween. So yeah. Triphobia? You like the idea of phobia games, the tire, which I'm not against. Sure, we'll take. What I'm going to pull from that is Salary Man deals with Flesh Pit, which I finally got around to watching that Mystery Flesh Pit thing, but of course there's other Flesh Pits outside of the Mystery Flesh Pit, which I'm referring to, so yeah. Recharge your phone, plug it in. Horror game of plushies child toys. I don't mind. The one thing which I will say is I'm trying to save a lot of my child toy horror for Doll Haze, because that's going to be a very big project. And I'm going to be able to explore a lot of that in that particular game. Okay, picture this. A haunted house horror game with multiple characters. You control the ghost... Ooh, that's a... I like your thinking, Lay. Would that be a good 5-day project? I don't know, but I like the idea, so I'm going to write it down. Play as a ghost haunting poor innocent souls moved into a house. I like the way you think, Lay. I will still be streaming, maybe. You mean 12 a.m., but we'll see. I will be streaming for several hours there. I hope the D&D game goes well there, Azzy, and thank you very much for the support. Anyway, I'm not trying to think of a good game to play. I have game ideas right now. I was drawing a blank. You're golden, Quentin. What if you make a game about an insane world? Society that forces you to enact strange, crazy rituals, but you're like the only sane person. I like playing a straight man within a crazy world thing there set up. I have thought of ideas. So not the exact ritual idea that you're mentioning right there, but the general sane person in a crazy world type setup. So yeah. Not squares. It would be possible to do something like that. In fact, there is a surprising amount of things that people have made there. I'm not sure if it'd be good for a 5-day project, partially because what that would involve is first deconstructing how the engine itself works, because the first goal of a project like that would be to make the platforming mechanics work okay. And honestly, for a 5-day project, that might be a bit ambitious. If it was like a month-long project, that'd probably be more of a good timetable to experiment with that, though. It's not a bad idea, and it would theoretically be possible, but for a 5-day project, it might be a bit ambitious. Make sense? I feel like the 5 days itself will probably be as long as it takes to figure out the platforming mechanics, not let alone making the game around it. So, yeah. That's okay. Theoretically, is it possible? Yes, but you would have to sort of gut the engine a bit, and probably because it allows custom coding, you would need to know a little bit of coding for it. Is it possible? In theory, yes, but it might be a little bit ambitious for a 5-day project. That makes sense. There are engines that would be better suited for it than that. I will say this as well. What about something like a weird fog that covers a town that normally is pretty silent, with a male figure that carries a giant sword and chases you? I'm fine with simple chaser games. Let me think. What do I want to pull from? Do you like the mysterious fog aspect more? Foggy town exploration. Foggy town exploration. Individuals and pedestals, they put out the pieces themselves and transfer to specific stops, self-mutilation, cosmetic surgery. You're starting to develop a world here, Attire, which I do not mind, but yeah. I like some of the aesthetic stuff that you're also talking about there. That said, that almost goes more into the aesthetic of a game. Maybe not the aesthetic is the right word for it, but like the flavor of a game, as opposed to the base of what a game is. That said, it's not bad things that you're saying. I appreciate the things that you're writing as well. Yandrella, too. Okay, bucko. How many maybes do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. We are one past the one I said we would stop at, but I'll give you guys a cutoff date. We actually did get to 26 before we ran out of time. I must think of it in real life when you're trying to make it sound like something fantastical. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys about 60 seconds. If you guys want any last minute suggestions you want to throw in there, then I'm going to close it off and we're not going to add anymore. We're just going to start cutting down. Now keep in mind, all of these, some of these are like really, really broad bases. And we can expand on whatever. Now I'm going to do my best with a little bit of experience not to have feature creep or too ambitious an idea come up from any of these. One thing which I'll keep in mind with all of this is no matter what we're doing, I am making us get cut off on the 4th. We are going to be working 5 days on this game. It will be coming out in 6 days, but that's because I'm not going to work on Halloween. I'm going to be doing Halloween stuff on Halloween. But I will just keep in mind, no matter what we do, I might have to be a little bit controlling sometimes of saying, no, that might be too ambitious for this, or maybe, oh, that's good for this, or we could do this, but then we might not be able to do that. So I'm going to be trying to be the supervisor of that stuff, even though I'm the one designing the game here, but yeah. Now did murder, find out how many people he killed exactly. I like FBI-style games. I'm a big fan of Twin Peaks in particular, and I've seen X-Files and a lot of other stuff there. Would that be good for a short thing? Investigation games would also require they have a big cast of characters. It's not a bad idea by itself, and hold on to the idea for yourself if you're interested in it. I'm not going to make a iGamer gotcha game. Get out of here, Lay. I was complimenting your ideas later, but now, humbug. I'm sorry, I'm teasing you. Boy Cried Wolf, but it's based off aliens that take the form of people. You could see the aliens. You're good world building on the fly there, Tyre. Let me say that up front. Boy Cried Wolf with aliens. Do I want to make that? It doesn't really explain what type of game it is, though. Hold on to the idea, because I feel like we could attach that to something else if we want to later. Partially because we do have a town game, and we do have, like, urban legend game, creepypasta game, which are very, very broad concepts, but we can definitely expand on that if we want to. I'm on other things, so yeah. Okay, it's been 60 seconds or so. We have 27 maybes. Now, I'm going to do the cruelest thing I can think of, which is, oh yeah, man, I remember playing Close Your Eyes and it's pretty good. I actually have it down on my stream. I hope you have. Happy you enjoyed it. Right now, I'm still working on the remake on and off. Right now, I'm not working on it. I'm working on a different project for 5 days. That's what I'm doing right now. Okay, so the cruelest thing will be done first. Randomizer picker wheel. You can give one last suggestion. Nihi, throw your last suggestion. I'll let you have this. Give it to me, Nihi. I haven't put it on that randomizer wheel yet. Yep. We're going to do RNG, ignore the horror movies. I've actually watched a lot of horror movies during October. Not in like the last few weeks, but at the beginning of October. But Nihi, throw your last thing in here. It'll be 28, and then we'll be good. Oh god, the wheel! Luck isn't my strong suit. No, I have our list written in a text document, Grayson. We'll be fine. There are a society of people that are very emotional, aggressive, and physically capable, isolated in the middle of nowhere on the Amazon forest. It's a malarkey society that hasn't... Matriarchy. I don't know why I read that's malarkey. Matriarchy. So it's like malarkey society. Matriarchy society that hasn't advanced since the Sense Stone. Again, a game with a lot of cast of characters is probably not a good idea to do in a 5-day project, because that takes a lot of world building and a lot of writing, and then you have to sort of execute it well, and that's on top of making a game around it. So usually games with large cast of characters are not good for a very short time project. Though I will admit that world building is one of the more fun aspects of game design. So yeah. Do a game based on what happened if Ghastly captured Marshall among the Judith Manor scene instead of killing him. We'll kind of get into that. I won't accept that for here, but it's only because, broadly speaking, there's some stuff in a Ghastly Tale, but I won't say what that's about. It's not exactly what you're describing, but it's close enough where I'm like, I'll hold on to my cards. And of course, how many people would be on a train? I guess it depends how big the train is. But usually trains do travel with a good number of people. Unless, of course, they're cargo trains, then it's a different story. Cargo trains can travel very few people on them, actually. Okay, but I think we are good. We've got 27 options. These are some very broad options. I'll shuffle them around. You guys are disgusted at the fact that I put on a thing. I put on this dancing song. It's like a fiesta song. I kind of like it. What I was going to say with this, though, is I'm going to roll... Let me ask this. Would you guys prefer if I roll things that are kept or roll things that are eliminated? I'm going to narrow us down to 14 options based entirely off luck, and then when I start putting in the human element. We might come back to the wheel if we need luck again, but right now, as we speak, would you guys prefer if I make it so that we rely on the wheel to eliminate, like whatever is selected gets eliminated, or do you guys prefer whatever gets picked gets to stay? Which one feels better for you guys? You think eliminated? So whatever gets rolled doesn't get to move forward. It gets eliminated. And then whatever's left on the wheel is what we got to go with. That's what you guys are asking for? Killer babies. We're killing regardless, but this is just sort of asking the way that we kill. Do we kill by selection, or then let the leftovers be the winners? Or do we pick some up from the heavens, and then the leftovers are the ones that get eliminated? Alright, you guys are all for elimination. Okay, I guess we're eliminating. So here's what I'm going to say in this case. If you want something to win, you don't want it to be rolled right now. If it gets rolled, I'm eliminating it. Alright? Everyone understand? The rules are set. They seem fair. We all understand if it gets picked, that means it's been axed. That does not mean it won. It means the opposite. It lost. Everyone understand this? I'm going to roll us out until we only have 14 left. Maybe I'll put it up to 15. Would you guys for 14? Yeah, I'm going to go 14. It's a little bit less than half. That'll be good. A little bit more than half, I mean. It's like 0.5 more than half. So we're going to eliminate a little bit less than half of our options just by pure, unadulterated chance. Alright, so whatever gets rolled is eliminated. Let's do it. Oh, I was attached to doing Oyoni, but better. But that's the first one that gets removed. All right, that's one out of the way. Next. Spin-off game based off of a previously established character. That's going in the garbage. All right, next up. Junji Ito, Black and White Strange Phenomena game. Another one. Adios, amigos. Next roll up. A creepypasta-inspired game. In the garbage it goes. What will we get next? Let's find out. A Red Haze arcade-style game. Well, I guess that goes away. Bye-bye. Next up. Well, you guys, we all established what was going to happen here. A Christmas horror game. Humbug, I'm okay. Get rid of that garbage. I'm teasing a little bit. Okay, we're going to eliminate 7 more. Let's do it. I asked everybody, Holly, and they all said eliminate the ones that get selected. Bye-bye, Urban Legends. Alright, we're gonna eliminate 6 more. Christmas is canceled. Next up. That's okay, Holly. I asked, and literally everyone but one person voted for elimination. Furniture enemies, gone. Alright, 5 more to go. Yeah, Holly. Foggy Town Exploration. Down the drain. Alright, we got 4 more to eliminate. Dungeon crawling. Bye-bye. I have fun with this, don't mind me. 3 more to eliminate. A slasher's 80s puppets Grayson, you are not allowed to say that you've lost your interest. The Tapers game is still on the fucking list. The slasher 80s puppet combo style game, that one gets to go. Roll, 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 roll. Roll it. Oh. This is torture inspired. Down the drain. We're gonna eliminate 1 more. 1 more. The Doppelganger Syndrome game. Alright, we've eliminated a little bit less than half of the games here. Okay. This is depression. We now have 14 left. That's the spirit. The wheel, believe in it. So we are left with the quirky character house game. Zany roll as zany characters that's weirdly horrific in a house. A dating sim. A salaryman deal with a flesh pit. Please love my computer game. 101 floor game, but fully fleshed out into a game. I wrote game a lot in that sentence. It's because I read please love my computer game. It's the whole thing. I'll get rid of that game. A Tapers-based game. A horror comedy, really weird, bizarre game. A game based around the Beast. A Home Alone, but better. A Pets Cop-esque game. A walking simulator experience game. A survival horror-esque game. An abstract, surreal art experiment game. A choose-your-own-adventure game. And a play as a ghost haunting poor innocent souls moved into a house game. Frankly, I actually like all of these. There's not a single one of these I dislike. So even though there were some that got eliminated, that I'm a little bit sad got eliminated, I'm happy with this. Alright. All of those have potential, I feel. Now, given some of them, I think are a little bit easier to do in 5 days than others. Now, let me also clarify right now. Whatever we pick is going to be a 5-day game. It's a 5-day spiel. It's going to not be a very ambitious thing. Making a super ambitious game in 5 days just isn't going to happen. You can make something that's interesting. In fact, sometimes the best thing to do for a 5-day game is to go small scale and make it fleshed out. Go for something that's like bite-sized but very juicy. It depends, though. It's what we want to do. We're gonna go and do it. We're gonna take out the randomization factor for a bit. We're gonna talk about each of these a little bit individualistically. I'm gonna do one thing, though. I'm gonna take this list and I'm going to randomize it up one more time. Not eliminate, but randomize it. Let me 3, 2, 1, this order. Okay. I'm going to try and personally talk about and sell each of these ideas. Okay? Everyone understand? We're all on the same page. Starting off with the Please Love My Computer Game, 101 floors, but fully fleshed out into a game. So let me explain what this is, because I think some of you guys, A, have no idea what Please Love My Computer Game is, and even if you know what Please Love My Computer Game is, maybe you didn't get far enough or know enough about it to know what the 101 floors, but fully fleshed out into a game sentence would even mean. Firstly, what is Please Love My Computer Game? Well, that's a good question. I misspelled please. Please Love My Computer Game was an old game of mine. You can see it here. Now, it was a small experiment, sort of cryptic, I in a full-screen puzzle game. She waits. There is a bit in this game, it's rather deeper in the game, where you have to descend 101 floors. Now, you don't actually, that's not really the objective to pass on in Please Love My Computer Game. I'll spoil what you need to do there, but there's information that you get outside of that leads off to someplace. Look at the spooky rooms. Look how spooky. Now, we don't need to do it in the style or anything. Let me clarify how I think this game to be. I think of this making it like a challenge game. Make it a challenge game to say, get through X amount of rooms, floors with systematic challenges. I think of it as a game. In fact, I'll try to write a little bit of a small description below each one. But what I think this one to mean is to make something sort of like a challenge game, which can be probably replayable. One could even say roguelike, and doing sort of a system where there's probably a story based around this and more mechanical stuff going on to be interesting. It's sort of like a cryptic mystery, as opposed to just going through room to room to room via, like, I don't know, Spooky's House of Jump Scares. Doing it a bit more where it's kind of like a challenge to get through these rooms to get to the end, and having things sort of spawn a bit more dynamically. That's how I view this one to be. More of like a systematic game of progression, where the goal is clear from the outset, and you gotta get to the end. Now, keep in mind, this is going to be a 5-day project, so it's going to be smaller in scale than maybe it could have otherwise been, but that's the first option, and I think that would be what this first one sort of amplifies. Everybody make sense? Anyone have any questions about this one? I'm going to ask this about all of these, but does anyone have any questions, anything they want me to clarify on, anything they want me to explain a bit more, anything that you're a bit confused about, anything I can say to sell you more on this particular proposition before we go on to the next few? I do not know what the 7 DRL challenge is, but yeah. I'm going to take a break from watching the stream, but I wish you luck on your journey ahead. Thank you very much, Moths. Or should I say Heather? Whatever the case, thank you for tuning in. And if you pop in again, I'll be around. I'll be streaming today on the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. Would it have multiple endings? I don't know. We don't know what the story is yet. If we want there to be multiple endings, then sure. If we don't, then no. And if it fits within the time limit, we'll see. That's the question, which I don't think I can answer yet, because honestly, I don't know. It's definitely not impossible for it to have multiple endings, but is that a feature that we specifically want? Is that a feature that we want to take the time to implement? What's the story? Keep in mind, we'll develop the story and the setting stuff later. I'm just going to give basic descriptions, because we'll decide the specifics once we decide. Like right now for this floor game, we don't really know the setting of it, but we know the basic idea that we could build upon. That's what we're sort of deciding on right now. We're not deciding the game that we're making right now. We're deciding the broad idea that we're going to fill in the blanks on. So yeah. Where around are they? There will probably be threats inside the Please Love My Computer Game 101 floor thing. If you've played, that's just my assumption, though we haven't designed it yet or anything. Any other questions beyond that? No? Okay. I'm going to move on to the next one. A game based around a beast. I'm going to be a little bit upfront about this. This one's one of the more broad sort of narrative concept things as opposed to a gameplay style. But this one was suggested by Azzy, and something which I can say about this one is I like monsters. But the broadest idea is that it's a game about a beast. some sort of beast-like entity. That could be many, many things, and there's many, many ways you can realize this one. And part of the fun sometimes is to start off with a broad stroke, and then we can have some discussions about what we want this to be and sort of feel out what sounds like it might be a fun project to do over a few days. But a game based around the beast is as simple as it sounds on paper. It would be a game where we make some sort of game about a monster. The monster is the core focus. It doesn't need to be a monster, I guess. It just needs to be a beast. Could be werewolves. Could be some mystical entity. We can make a fucking game about a farmer who takes care of a beast. We can make a game about a child who befriends a beast. We can make a game where you play as a beast rampaging a town, or play as a beast that's very nice to everyone else. We could do a lot of things with this, really. I'm a beast. I'm a boss. I'm a mother... Yeah. Anyways, a beast could be furry, or it could not be. It could be a cosmic Lovecraftian entity from space. It could be, again, this one is very broad. It's hard for me to talk specifically about it because it's such a broad concept. I guess if you want the broad concept of a beast, that's the one to vote for. In fact, I'll say this. Broad, but with a lot of possibilities. A game centered around a beast. A beast. Okay. The next one's also kind of broad. We can talk some about it. A survival horror game. Now, I'm going to say this right now. If we do the survival horror game, there was a survival horror game that I started working on that I never finished, which I would probably take some of the stuff I made for that just because it would save us a lot of time. And base it off of that. Survival horror, it's a classic genre which was originally inspired by Resident Evil. The reason it wasn't inspired by Resident Evil, the term was coined by Resident Evil, even though Resident Evil took inspiration from things like Sweet Home and Alone in the Dark and yada yada. Resident Evil, however, though, was the establisher of the genre. What a lot of people associate with this survival horror is fixed camera angles, which are not always needed, but were definitely how the genre was founded. I wouldn't say that's more of an aesthetic thing, but it's not. It doesn't need those in my opinion, but definitely can have them. But the real foundations for survival horror was inventory management, having enemies that you can either fight against or not fight against, choosing to flee or flight from a position. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be completely, brutally honest with you. If we're going to do a survival horror game in 5 days, I'm going to make simple Resident Evil. I like Resident Evil. If we do this, I'm making something Resident Evil inspired. I already fucking know that. I would have to keep the ambition down a lot. Survival horror has a lot of mechanics that would be sort of problematic to do in a longer scale thing in a 5-day project. I could probably cut down the time a bit because I actually have some stuff done which I had for an idea vaguely for a survival horror-esque game. But I do think it would be possible to make a survival horror game, especially if you want to go for sort of like RE1 simplicity, except not RE1. In 5 days. Even in RPG Maker rooms, yeah, I bet I could make something pretty interesting that's survival horror based in 5 days. I think I'd want to go full in on Resident Evil 1. I'd want fixed camera angles, and I'd want sort of simple pixely type style stuff. I want to tell a story and gruesome inspired by music and etc. I don't think I would use an RPG Maker combat system. I'm sorry, I'd avoid that. It's not what I personally would be here for. Combat is something which I'm debating on. Most people would say that survival horror games need combat. That part would be probably the hardest aspect of this particular project, but I think there's ways to get about it. And I do have sprites for a way to get about it. But anyways, if we did a survival horror project, I'm going to be dead upfront honest. For a 5-day project, I probably would just base it off, not make the original Resident Evil 1, but I would probably take that as the biggest inspiration, partially because, you know, it's not too complex. It's a good basis for a 5-day project, and it might be a fun exploration. I haven't made a classical styled survival horror game yet. 5 days, maybe it's a little ambitious, but I wouldn't mind trying. It could be a lot of fun. Alright. Pets Cop-esque game. Anyone here, here's a good question. Anyone here not know what Pets Cop is? A genuine question. Anyone here unaware of what Pets Cop is? If not, I'll give a little small explanation of what it is. If you do know what it is, then I'll explain what I particularly want to do with this project. I could do both. I'm legitimately curious. Is there anyone here who's like, Pets Cop? What's that? Or even if you might lightly know it, do you not know a whole lot about it? I can explain. But if not, it'll be a little bit. The explanation would take a little bit to explain, and this would be You've never heard of it. Alright, we got at least one person. Let's do it! Pets Cop was a fake PS1 game. It doesn't actually exist, and it doesn't exist in any sort of real playable form, though fans did make a recreation so you can play a really faithful recreation of Pets Cop. No idea what it is. Okay. Do you guys know what unfiction is? Unfiction is internet stuff which basically it's a story that's not nonfiction. It's not fiction, it's unfiction. It was termed by Nightmind, I know that. And it means fiction that tries to propose that it's set in our reality. It isn't trying to make a fictional world. It's not really a true story, but it's pretending it's a true story set in our world. But it's not really a true story. It's a fake story. It's a fictional story, but pretending and under the guise and trying to pass off like it's a real story. That makes sense? That's unfiction. Pets Cop was an unfiction series that purports about a not real fake PS1 game, which does seem like it could be a real Pets Cop game. Pets Cop went on for over the span of about 3 years, over about 25 videos, showed a game, and I'll show a little bit of it right now. Pets Cop, I guess I'll turn the audio on just a little bit. We follow a fake Let's Player, but they do a really, really good job here. I'm explaining what Pets Cop is right now, Grayson. It's this unfinished game that apparently a company meant to ship but never did, where you go through a little place and you collect animals. And it starts off sort of like what you might imagine a real PS1 game would be, as sort of a fun aesthetic, and it's sort of like an animal collecting thing that might look like it's vaguely based off of Pokemon or something, but it's not really an RPG type game. It's more of an adventure puzzle game where you do small puzzles and figure out how to catch the animals, and we'll see one of them do them here, jumps away, figures out how to sort of trap it. Then you catch the animal, caught! And then you see there's little descriptions for the animals, yada yada. See this little thing pass by, caught! Solving puzzles. Anyways, that's how the series starts. But that's not what it's really about. This is an unfiction thing. This was apparently an unfinished game, and the game never got finished past its first area. Supposedly. However, our guy had a little note that came with a copy of the game they had, which has a... in fact, I'll turn on the captions just to see this here. He has a sort of cheat code, which is mentioned to be sent in this room, which was... there's a cheat code, you can sort of see the instructions there, which was just on a piece of paper that was inside of the box of the used copy of the game he had. He was like, oh, okay, it says go to this room, pause, and input this cheat code. So he inputs the cheat code. Oh, that's really nice of him, Grayson. I would love to play together sometime. But anyways, he does the cheat code, and suddenly he just ends up in this large plane. And what begins to become apparent is that something happened with the development of this game. He starts going down this really weird, cryptic rabbit hole of a game that's much bigger than the game that was never finished. It's almost like the people that were behind this game started getting really attached to this fake game that they were making that nobody would probably ever see. And it starts getting weirder and weirder and dealing in with this history of this fake developer. Makes sense? It's sort of a loose, gamey arcade thing, and I won't spoil too much else about the series. There's a little bit more to it, but it's sort of a investigation ARG-esque mystery thing that goes deeper and deeper down a rabbit hole, and I won't spoil too much about it, but it gets really interesting. It's actually a really good series. This isn't a, like, it was, okay, the developer of this did make a game for them to play, but they did sort of a video series thing. Let me think, what would be a good videos demonstration? I like 11. Let's look at 11 for a second. I won't say too much there, but figure out stuff as things go. Anyways, I wouldn't mind doing sort of a strange investigative mystery type game with sort of a stylized story. Let me also say this, one of the main appeals to Pets Cop for a lot of people is that it actually has a really interesting story that goes on as I won't spoil the story here, but a lot of interesting things happen. It can get a little bit confusing with certain plot points, and it's sort of kept as a mystery, so there's not definitive answers to some of the questions that you might have by the end of the series. But it's a very good web series. It's actually one of my personal favorites. You could consider it sort of like a creepypasta if you don't really know what fiction is, but it's not like, oh, the ghost came out of the game and I had bleeding red eyes. It's just a supposedly real, but because it's unfiction, but not really real, fake game of somebody that's just doing a let's play on a really weird game that they came across, and a game within the game that for some reason is really big, even though the game was never finished, and the actual real game is really small and has a lot more going through it. Yeah. Anyways, there's that, and it's pretty interesting, and I would recommend it. But the idea here is to sort of do a Pets Cop-esque game, which is to say a weird mystery game within a game that one can dive into. Plus, I can probably, not 100% faithfully, but within a certain limit, sort of emulate the aesthetic of the game. I don't need to emulate the aesthetic exactly, but close enough. So a weird mystery game within a game that one can delve into, a sort of unfiction story. That would be this one. Now, next one. Salaryman, Deal with a Flesh Pit. Now, I'm going to be upfront about this. I have been exposed to recently several games about flesh pits. Not games, but things about flesh pits. Not just the thing that's currently gaining attention, which is the Mystery Flesh Pit, which was a sort of another, speaking of unfiction stuff, another unfiction series, but this one wasn't a game, it's like a website thing. However, though, on top of that, there's flesh pits in multiple things. There's the flesh pit in this one found footage horror movie, which I really, really like, which was called Broadchurch originally, but I forget its newer name. There's the flesh pit that's in that one puppet combo game that you sort of sacrifice things to. There's flesh pits in a lot of things, honestly. I don't mind making a game about flesh pit. I think that there's something weird in the subconscious of man that we are fascinated with flesh pits. Don't know what it is, but it just is a thing. And I don't mind making a game about a man who's just trying to get by and suppress the urges of his flesh pit. A game about the flesh pit in your basement you tend to. Yeah, of course, that's exactly right there, Holly. Anyways, a game, just a man trying to get by, your salary man, while he suppresses the urges of his flesh. But I think that's a simple and endearing idea that could probably develop into a very fun game, dependingly. Anything you guys want me so far? Okay, let me before I continue. I guess that's true, dog. Connor to say. Any question you guys have about the Pets Cop idea or the Salaryman idea? I didn't ask for the Pets Cop game because I feel like I gave a pretty thorough explanation there. But I'll ask about both these. Anything that I can answer about any of these games, like anything that might make you more interested, any curiosities you have, any questions, I can try and answer if it seems like something I could answer at this point in time. Obviously, these are just broad ideas that we can build upon, whichever one we choose. I'm just sort of selling the basics of each right now. Gain the baseline. Any questions? And if no questions, I'll move on to the next. Towards either the Pets Cop game or the Salaryman Deal with a Flesh Pit. Okay, I'm giving it a moment. I know sometimes if somebody has a question, it might take a little bit to type it out. And it's not like if I move on and I see the question, I'm just going to ignore the question. I'm just giving a chance, giving a window. But I think we're good. If you still have a question, feel free to write it and I will respond to it. Anyways, next up, we have the horror comedy, really weird, bizarre game. Now, let me clarify this. And some people who know me on a bit more of a personal level already know this. I have toyed and toyed and toyed with the idea of making a horror comedy game. I think I could make a pretty damn good horror comedy game. I haven't really tried. It's on my to-do list. I want to make more than one even. It's on a bucket list of things I'd someday like to do. Because I'm going to be completely, frankly, upfront honest with you all right now. Horror comedy kind of sucks. But I want to love it. I have seen and I have tried a lot of horror comedy movies. And there are definitely movies in that genre which I like. But I'm going to be upfront with you. A lot of them kind of suck. And I don't know why exactly. I feel like they don't get... this is really hard to word, but they have like a hard time with the horror and the comedy blends. And yeah, the Pets Cop idea is definitely on our maybe list at the moment. But I feel like I could make a pretty good, bizarre game. Now let me also clarify, I think there are good examples of horror comedy out there, not just horror comedy games. I'm kind of a fan of these bizarre games. The one that comes to my mind every time I think about horror comedy games is Illbleed for the Dreamcast, which, if you haven't heard of Illbleed, I hope some of you guys are horror buffs enough that when I say Illbleed, you're like, oh, I know what you're talking about, Ryan. Yeah, Illbleed. but I understand some people probably don't know it, and that's okay. I'll get a trailer for it. And the trailer probably will not, even though the trailer is going to look really bizarre, this trailer will probably not do full justice to how crazy, insane, and kind of amazing Illbleed is. But I will still show us a trailer. Hopefully I choose the right trailer, because I think there's a trailer that's like a lot better than one of the other trailers. Show us a trailer.
A millionaire. Wanna be a millionaire?
I love Illbleed. You know I love Illbleed.
Death is your final answer.
Connor and Holly, you both don't get like, you guys gotta say your say here, but you both know me a bit, and I know you both know Illbleed because of me, and I am a huge advocator for Illbleed because it's a great, really weird game.
Millionaire?
Illbleed, we'll let the trailer go though.
Death is your final answer.
That's Grayson, I know, but you didn't say it.
You'll vomit with excitement. You'll puke with pleasure. You'll shit with fear. Splattered brains. Infected flesh.
So this trailer's not going to tell you actually how amazing this game is, but I'll try and explain afterwards.
Get disgusted. Get pissed off. Every door leads to terror. You will see dead people. They'll see you. Maximum pulse.
A little of inspiration, yeah, I won't lie.
Maximum bleeding.
Though it was that.
Maximum strain. You will go through a live inferno.
This isn't actually my preferred trailer of the game. It mostly shows footage from the first game. Like story. If you can believe it or not, this trailer is actually not the best one. Okay, so let me explain what Illbleed is. Maybe I'll show a little bit of this trailer because I think this might show. That's not my preferred trailer of Illbleed. There's one that shows more of the game, the one that shows less of the game. The trailer we just saw, like 80% of that footage was all. Illbleed is split into like 7 different amusement park attractions, which have their own individual stories. Like 80% of the footage in the trailer we just saw were from the first amusement park ride, and that one is the least interesting one. It's good, and it's a good beginner level, but it's the least interesting one. I'm gonna see this trailer. I think is the one that shows a bit more. It's also super low quality.
Eric O'Christie, Michelle Waters, Kevin Kurtzman, Randy Fairbanks. Whoever can clear all of the stages will receive $100 million. But under the guise of amusement lies a homicidal theme park.
I'm just selling Illbleed.
Escape or die. Become a millionaire. Or get a one-way ticket to hell. Cake from hell. Michael Reynolds, the founder of Illbleed, sneers at all challenges. Charlie! What is his true purpose? Only the survivor will experience the shocking ending. The world's first haunted house adventure.
Okay, so let me explain a little bit more about Illbleed before I move on. I need to sell Illbleed a little bit more, even though we're not making Illbleed, but I want to sell this game. Illbleed is set in 7 amusement park rides. You play as 4 different characters. They can permadie, yada yada yada, all that fun stuff. The game is made to be a really shocky horror comedy thing, and it is absolutely bizarre. The 7 scenarios are really bizarre. I almost don't want to spoil some of them, but it's kind of hard to sell Illbleed without going into specifics of why it's amazing. The gameplay is not exactly, like, the gameplay works well for the type of game it is, but it's not exactly my favorite aspect of it. How the gameplay works is that you sort of have this, it's like a Fatal Frame camera, except you aren't fighting ghosts. You're trying to find, like, traps and try and prevent things from happening. There's a combat system that triggers sometimes, where you get trapped in, like, this arena. It's not really a turn-based combat, it's a real-time combat system, but it's mostly you're trying to escape or to kill the enemy. Anyways, what will actually sell Illbleed is not mechanically talking about what the game is about, because the game itself is fine. It's a unique survival horror game, but it is not really the main selling point of the game. The main selling point of the game is how absurd it fucking is. Let me explain to you, I will now express to you one of the most creative chapters in the game that is probably, maybe, I won't spoil all of it, but I'll spoil a lot of it. But it's only one of the 7 scenarios in the game. I need to tell you how batshit insane this game is. There is a chapter which is a loose parody of Toy Story. You play as a Indiana Jones ripoff of Woody from Toy Story, who has a rocket ship friend who is a ripoff of Buzz Lightyear. You might have seen them briefly in the trailer. The Indiana Jones looking guy, he's a ripoff Woody. And you might have seen, like, the rocket character, that he is a ripoff Buzz Lightyear. The plot line of the game starts off that our main Woody ripoff has been gone for several years from his toy hunting a bandit. He's returning home, and his kid just up and dies. Just, boop. It's kind of his fault, actually. He kind of accidentally kills his kid. And they hold a funeral. And unfortunately for our toy, the doll that is his girlfriend, sexy doll, he says it like that all the time. They decide to bury Sexy Doll, which is like this weird pornographic doll for a kid that's like 8. It's like weird. But anyways, they decide to bury Sexy Doll because it was quote unquote his favorite toy with the corpse of the kid. And our doll, Indiana Jones ripoff of Woody, doesn't want to lose his girlfriend and have her be buried alive with this kid, so he goes to dig up the grave of the kid that was just buried. So they go to dig up the grave, but as they dig up the grave, they are stopped by Zodic the Hellhog, which is a Sonic the Hedgehog parody, who is basically satanic Sonic the Hedgehog. I can probably get a picture or video of him, but you can look it up yourself. It's Zodic the Hellhog. And so Sonic Satan comes to claim the soul of the child and Sexy Doll and drags them both down to hell. So Zodic the Hellhog, having taken them down to hell, puts our guy into a depressed state because, you know, they're in hell. How can he get them now? He goes on a drinking binge, he gets into a bar fight with a bunch of eggs and splats them, so he gets arrested and gets sent to death row. But suddenly gets hopeful because he thinks there might be a chance, hey, if I'm going to be killed on death row, I'm going to hell. And so he gets really excited about the prospect that they're going to execute him and he gets sent to hell. However, Buzz Lightyear ripoff saves him and he's like, why? Why did you let me kill myself? And anyways, but he explains, Buzz Lightyear doll explains that he won't be going to toy hell if he gets killed like this. He'll just go to normal hell. To get to toy hell, he needs to be sent to hell by being buried with a kid. So they go to this red light district area to try to find a kid that's not being too paid attention to by his parents, to concoct a plan to kill another kid, to become that kid's favorite toy, so they can be buried with the kid when they murder him and go through this murder plot line. And it works. They kill the kid and get buried with them so they can go to toy hell, so they can go down to hell to save Sexy Doll from the satanic Sonic the Hedgehog. And that's just one of the scenarios within Illbleed. There is many more, and they're very creative and very, very bizarre. But hey, that's just part of the fun. Now you know. Wow. Let me show you the Zodic the Hellhog boss fight. Zodic the Hellhog. I could probably search up Illbleed Sonic and I'd be able to find easier, but this will work too. And I know, Zodic. Show me that fucking... maybe this one. I don't need to see the whole scenario, I want the boss fight. Oh, also, I need to clarify something about this whole game until now. So much I need to clarify, which is going to become apparent, apparent during the stream. The whole thing is this is all an amusement park. So the stories I'm telling are just amusement park rides. And one of the weird things about the game is since this is all just a simulated amusement park ride, there's a meta story on top of the game story where this is all not real. This is all just an amusement park ride happening. And sometimes the amusement park rides malfunction and other weird things happen. You go behind the scenes of the amusement park ride to the stuff happening behind the scenes. That kind of happens in this boss fight because there's a glitch in the system where Zodic the Hellhog, partway through the boss fight, sort of glitches out and he gets infinite health because the status towards him, you'll say in the cutscene, but basically he becomes literally unkillable and the winning state becomes impossible to achieve. We'll see that briefly through this. Also, yes, he drops frames when you hurt him. That's just part of how it works. Gear spin dash, we want to see it. Roll as it goes. Out says the Sonic victory pose and some other things sometimes. Roll as it goes. This is the combat system. It functions, but it's not really what you're playing the game for. I'll get to the point where the boss starts glitching.
Darling.
The Zodic controller.
What the hell?
Also bad
What's
voice
wrong?
acting. Really
Didn't
horrible
Gork
game.
win? It's strange. What is Zodic?
Oh, also for the Zodic the Hellhog thing, because this was an old Dreamcast game, I guess I'll just be upfront with this. You'll recognize some of old, if you know Sonic voice actors, you'll recognize some of the old Sonic voice actors in this game for some reason. That's also something that adds to the weirdness of this game. Specifically, if you played Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, you'll recognize Sonic's, Rouge's, and Dr. Eggman's old voice actors. Ryan Drummond and whoever the other two's names were. But yeah.
Strength gauge show.
It's 0. What about the ring setting over there? Check if the damage count and parameters weren't misread.
I'm checking now.
This is not going well. You mean they have to battle 9 more times?
Anyways, we're not going to get all into Illbleed. I'm giving you a little Illbleed tour. I got a little bit off topic, I admit. I like Illbleed a lot, okay? I'll sell you on Illbleed. People who know me know at some point in knowing me, I'll talk about Illbleed. I'll talk about why it's a fucking amazing game. I'm barely scratching the surface why this game is fucking amazing. Anyways, I want to make really bizarre horror comedy games. Not like Illbleed, even though I just talked about Illbleed for like fucking 10-15 minutes. What I want to actually do is I have a lot of ideas for making like really bizarre horror comedy games. I think that there could definitely be more of those. And Steampunk, I'm appreciative, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. You will talk about it is inevitable. Yes, it is inevitable. Connor, know me for long enough, and eventually Illbleed will come up. I'll bring it up. Someone's gonna say, the Miss Quinn. All right. So, time to talk about the really weird horror comedy. Yeah, we did it. We passed the goal, which I'm very appreciative of. But let's talk about this. So the horror comedy game I want to do. I don't exactly know what we will do for it, but I want to make a funny, really weird, out there horror comedy game. Of course, and I think I could do a smaller type of these types of games in 5 days. I fucking love Illbleed. That's the other note I'm going to add for myself there. Alright, so discussing that, pretty straightforward. I think that makes sense. I've expressed that Illbleed is 100% inspiration for me, so Illbleed is nuts. Yes, Mr. Taters. The Game Informer playthrough of it is great. I've seen that before. I've watched a few Illbleed playthroughs, and I played it myself. One of the things I'm really sad about is I did a Let's Play of Illbleed. Not me myself, but... Well, I do have videos on Illbleed, but I was a co-commentator with a few friends. It was a Sage Master 15 that I was playing it, and I don't think he ever uploaded it, which makes me really sad because I really liked the stream. I thought it was pretty funny. But I don't know. It's not my footage to edit or do whatever with. It probably was lost to time, and that's okay. And I appreciate it. I don't think Illbleed was made by Crazy Games. I think maybe some people at Crazy Games had connections to people at Sega, but unfortunately, almost nothing will ever be done. There was actually supposed to be an Illbleed remaster for the original Xbox, which is going to feature a new ride as well as like enhanced visuals and such. But the reason why the stuff stopped, and I'm gonna get really depressing all of a sudden talking about this, but the creator of Illbleed and Bluesteiner, which were the two games that this guy made, he died like over a decade ago, and with his passing, the company just sort of fell apart. He was kind of like the heart and soul of the company and the creative person behind it and all that. So unfortunately, Illbleed and Bluesteiner and all that were the only two games he had ended up making. He died of a heart attack, and unfortunately, that's just kind of the status of how things are. And I'm actually really sad they went as early as he did. He died fairly young. He was like 40, I think, when he died. It might have been 42. And I kind of wish he was still alive. He could have brought more really weird, interesting, unique games and visions, but unfortunately, that will probably not happen, and the rights are probably owned by the deficient company that no longer really exists. So, yeah. I'm very appreciative towards the Steampunk, and that did actually help us pass past our goal. We need $50 more, so the $100 puts us past it, which, yee. I have been around for over a decade. That makes me feel old, but it is true. Anyways, at Home Alone, but better. So Illbleed, I want to do a horror comedy thing at some point. If we do it now, great. And I want to do more than one horror comedy game as well over the years. But for now, if we do it, great. If not, we have many other options. Wow. Yeah. I'm really sad with his passing as well. But it is really sad, but at the same time, I'll be the person to remember and champion Illbleed, because I love Illbleed. I also like Bluesteiner, but I think Illbleed was the better of the two games. The other game he made was also kind of weirdly unique, which was Bluesteiner. I'll say this, the two games they released, both of them are questionably not great gameplay-wise. They're fine, they're serviceable. They're creative, and that's the whole thing about them. They are wildly creative, and there's not really any other games like them. And that makes them not only just interesting, but I think they're very interestingly bizarre. And Illbleed in particular is also pretty funny at times. Wow. Yep, Bluesteiner and Illbleed were both made by the same guy, and so I guess we're talking about that for a little bit because we were talking about horror comedy games. When I think about horror comedy video games, Illbleed is the game that pops up in my head every single time. So yeah. I do love horror games as a horror enthusiast. Anyways, we're going to talk about Home Alone. So I said this before when we talked about this option, but I'm going to clarify right now. I'm going to be seemingly aggressive towards this game. And it's not because I disrespect the game or its developers. In fact, I respect them a lot. To my knowledge, this was this developer's first game. I think it's a very impressive first game. I can even go as far to say that I find it in a way inspiring. And I don't have any ill will towards this game. This said, I think a good creative outlet can be to be playfully aggressive to a game. But no, I do not mean this on any personal level. I have no ill intent or will towards the developers. I just think it's fun. I think it could be weirdly inspiring to yourself to be playfully aggressive towards something. It's not real aggression. I'm not really pissed off at the game and developers. I just think it's fun to be playfully aggressive, and I think it can also be contributing towards a certain sort of drive that could get you into a fun mental space creatively. I'm clarifying this all right now because I think I could do this game but fucking better. Let's fucking talk about Home Alone. I'm gonna get there at Home Alone. I know they made a follow-up. So at Home Alone, I played it, and my thought playing it was, wow, I could literally make this game, but like a lot better than what they did here. And I understand it's this person's first game, but, and it's interesting. It's so simple. It's such a simple game concept. But I realized playing it is like, okay, I could literally make this game, but better in literally every single way. I can make it with better graphics. I can make it with better music. I can make it more expansive. I could make a better story. I can make it a better horror experience. I can make it cuter. I could do a lot of things with this. And so I was just like, you know what? I could. I definitely could. I know I could. I could do it in fucking 5 days if I set myself to do it in 5 days. And yeah, I'm gonna beat up this kid. No, I don't know. I don't know who made this game precisely. If you know the answer to that, then yeah. But whatever the case, I know I could do this game better. I know I could, and I'm tempted to. And that's why it's on this list. And even though we randomized a bunch of options earlier from people's suggestions, I could make At Home Alone but better. And I've thought about it. Is this the opportunity where I can beat this game? Where I can win? I don't know. Anyways, I know that one house game with a weird kind of ARG element and cute horror twisted. I could do it, but better. I know I could. Just let me have a swing at him, Doc. I'll win. Anyways, I know I could do At Home Alone, but better. And I've thought about doing it, just taking the time to do it. That's the question. Is that what people want me to do right now? I don't know. Keep in mind that all these suggestions, a few of them were planted in by me like this one, but most of them were suggested by people in the chat. And then we randomized and eliminated half of them by pure robotic randomization selection. Next one that somebody suggested, which I would not mind doing, I haven't actually done this by itself, strangely enough, despite the fact that I love these type of games, is a walking simulator experience game. I love walking simulators. I do. Some people really dislike them. That's okay. They're definitely not for everyone, but they're definitely for me. I love them. I've played so many walking simulators. I have a pretty decent idea of what makes a good walking simulator, what makes a bad one. Now, that's not to say that every walking simulator has to fall into these ideals I have or whatever, and I've played lots of different types of walking simulators. I think that a walking simulator is not mechanically what you do that needs to be interesting. I think it has a lot to do with three core elements, which is A, is exploring the world in whatever way you're doing it interesting. B, does the world and the narrative connect in interesting ways? And C, is the story that you're telling an interesting story? I think if you have those three things down, if the exploration is down, if the story, like if the exploration is good, if the story is good, and if the story and exploration meld together well, then great. And then also to clarify, exploration I'm using as a very broad term. Some games are very linear, but they can be exploring interesting settings all the same. Some games are, even though they can be more like driving, and you're not really walking, but there's still sort of a fun exploration of the space of a car. Or there's things like, a good example, I guess, would be What Remains of Edith Finch, which is a game which uses sort of more gameplay aspects to tell stories and connect mechanics to narrative purposes as opposed to like failure states. And yeah, my bones, Father Nihi. Well, all the same, I would not mind. Hello, Scout. I agree with that. I played Awkward Dimensions Redux as well. I played My Bones and Awkward Dimensions Redux, both the ones mentioned here. I'm just going to say this here. I enjoy walking simulators. I think it's not the best name for the genre. It's what people know what you mean when you say walking simulator, and that's kind of unfortunate. That's sort of the name the genre has adopted. But whatever. I like them. I like them a lot, actually. And I think I could make a little odd one. I say a little odd one because I couldn't compete with... One thing that walking simulators can have, but don't specifically need, actually, is really nice graphics. That can definitely add to them. I'm not capable of that, especially for a 5-day project in RPG Maker MZ. I could probably make okay graphics, but I'm not really confident myself to make one in a really good space, especially if we make it like in a first-person style, which would be a little bit of an experiment for me, and I predict would have a little bit sort of a janky cost, but it's definitely possible to make an interesting lo-fi walking simulator. I played a few. I have no idea what the game's name was, but I think it was like Burn Blood, which is a really good example of one. I played several which sort of have this lo-fi aesthetic. I even played fucking 2D walking simulators. Those could be interesting, but you have to sort of execute them with the right idea in mind with them. Anyways, I'm getting a little bit ahead. Does anybody have any questions right now about my At Home Alone but better game, the horror comedy game, or the walking simulator game? I keep on forgetting to ask if people have questions for me to like answer or to make them better or whatever. I'm writing down little notes about them right now, but yeah. Does anybody have any questions, any concerns, anything that they might want to know that might make them more interested in the proposition? Anything of the sort so far? No questions here. All right. we got 6 more of these to describe in basic, and then we're going to go through a voting process. I guess keep notes right now of what I'm going to ask is for people to vote for 3 to 5 of these games. I'm going to ask for no less than 3 and no more than 5. And I'm just going to sort of tally them up. But not yet. Don't do that yet. I have the last 6 to explain. I'm just saying maybe start making mental notes of which ones you want to write down for this. I'll try and explain the last few. Yeah. Okay, next up. Quirky character house game. Zany world with zany characters that's weirdly horrific in a house. So here's how I kind of imagine this game. And let me clarify, this is one of the ones I put on the list that managed to get through the randomization wheel picker scene. This game, which I have in my head, is in a first-person perspective. I imagine, if you guys have played Found Tour Game 11.x, I imagine loosely it's a bit like the one Game 5. Not that this is torture, but the Pure Field. It's like the Pure Field, vaguely, but a lot better. I did the Pure Field forever ago, and I kind of want to do something with these like 2D JPEG characters they just sort of talk to, and they just kind of exist in this weird house that you're in as bizarre going-ons happen. And I feel like it could escalate into this really weird game where you're like this obviously fake space with these obviously fake people, but they're like getting weirdly personal and up in your grill and just in this sort of horrific nonsense. This nonsense that's like almost incomprehensible, but sort of follows like something wearing the skin of what might be human interaction, but it's like very inhuman at the same time. I'm just imagining this like just absurd concept of a day in the house of this fucked up place. Make sense? That would be the easiest way for me to describe this, and I'm going to try and put down the words in the text right now. Alright. First person. JPEG image characters. Masquerading in a day in this bizarre place that's kinda horrific. It might be a challenge, but that's not a bad idea there, Connor. Listen here, Bucka. I'm teasing you. Yeah. Okay, the Tapers game. Now let me clarify. Every single time I've done one of these polls, the Tapers game has been on this list. If you've been to one of these previous Serve the Science sessions, though it has been a while, so I don't forgive you for if you don't know. I forgive you if you don't know what I'm talking about. The reason why is that Grayson in the chat has always suggested this every single time. He usually attends these streams, and so he usually proposes it. But let me also say this up front. I would be interested in making a Tapers game. Tapers, if you remember earlier, we saw Pets Cop. Pets Cop and Tapers were created by the exact same person. Tapers, however, though, is not a fake game. Tapers is a much older web story. Though it features a lot of the same names of characters from Pets Cop, it's a completely different story. They're not attached in any way. Vaguely, to talk about it, is a story about a really creepy, weird man who keeps on visiting an elementary school and particularly spying on this one girl. And this dude who's really, really interested in old video cameras. A little bit too interested, and he goes to this store where he wants to buy tapers, as he calls them, which are like, video recording software. He gets kind of really bizarre into it. He like breaks into somebody's house trying to film things. There's a lot more to this whole concept, but it's a very interesting little story. And it's kind of fucked up, but also kind of interesting. It's not as fucked up as you might have guessed from my prediction. It's not like a sexual thing, as far as I can tell. Maybe it is. But all the same, though, it gets into this really weird headspace. And I think, and Grayson's attached to that. And I wouldn't mind making a game loosely based off of Tapers, the thing that most people aren't even aware exists. But yeah. That's true. Thank you for reminding me of that, Holly. But anyways, I wouldn't mind making a game. When I think of a Tapers game, what I think of is a game with a sort of creepy, questionable protagonist obsessed with something in a game following his obsession. Make sense? And that could be explored in a lot of different ways. There's a little bit more to it there. There's also the VHS aesthetic and some other things that may be fun for that. But when I think of a Tapers game, that's generally what I'm sort of thinking of, is a game following a bizarre main character who is weirdly obsessed with these very specific things. And those specific things are a little bit worrying that he's so obsessed with these things. And just going down the rabbit hole of what this character fucking gets themselves into due to their weird, bizarre obsessions. Does that make any sense? I think that makes sense. Yeah. Next up, though, abstract surreal art experiment game. Now, specifically, this was suggested by Lay Dude, and not in this way. They suggested a game loosely based off the Chilean art experiment games. And now let me see if I can type this correctly. Chilean art games. Will it correct me? I don't know how you spell this person's name. Does anybody know the name of this? Somebody, let me scroll up. I'm going to see if I know that Lay typed it earlier. I'm going to see if I can find Lay tipped or Lay typed. I don't think I can. I think the chat's refreshed since then. But that's okay. That means enough people have been typing. I'm happy you liked how you described it, Grayson. Yee. Chilla! Okay, yeah. You know what I'm talking about. You remember, I was trying to remember how to spell this person's name. Okay. Actually, I realize now looking at this, I know who this person is, but this isn't who I thought we were talking about. I am bad with names, holy hell. I thought we were talking about a more abstract Japanese... Okay, so let me redo this. This isn't what Lay was actually suggesting. Let me show what I was thinking of. I don't know what I was thinking of. I have a video from games by this person. I'm going to try and explain something, and then I'm going to actually change the topic to this. I thought we were talking about this really niche Japanese game developer who makes these short, like 1 to 5 minute long games, and he just makes hundreds of them. And he's been making them for years. And he releases like at least one game a month, usually more than one a month. And sometimes he takes breaks for a month or something, that's fine. But he just made so many of these short experience games, and they're really, some of them are really interesting, some of them are just kind of like, oh, that's kind of neat. And then some of them are just like, wow, that was really interesting. They're like these short abstract art pieces, just kind of launched in the form of games, if that makes any sense. And I thought that's what Chilla art was. I mistook the name in my head, and I know who this is. I've not really played their games. I buy most of them because I'm a fucking collector and a hoarder, I guess. And they're not very expensive, and they look nice. But this wasn't exactly what I was thinking of when I put this on the list. I'll change it and update it to this one. And if somebody can remember, if somebody vaguely knows what I'm talking about right now, because I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. But I was thinking something like far more abstract and surreal, and more of like a, some might say pretentious, but I find them an immensely interesting sort of art house experiment thing. But we'll talk instead about chill art games, because that's what this is about, and that was what was suggested by Lay, was definitely chill art, so I haven't bought the newest one on the way home, but I do have the rest of them. Yeah. The Living House game is an example, maybe. I don't think they really have finished games. A lot of them are just short experiments. I'm not really sure. I'd have to look deeper into it. But anyways, I know who this person is, so we can talk about this. This person was 100% inspired by Puppet Combo, but not a bad thing to have this here. Basically, I guess this would be this person's made 3 types of games to my knowledge. They make their sort of walking simulator type games. They make their Puppet Combo inspired by the Nun game. What was the Puppet Combo Nun game called? Where you're sort of in this zone and you solve cryptic puzzles and avoid a stalker. But okay, I think based on what Lay said, I'm going to update what I was describing this as, and I'm going to reword this not as an abstract surreal art experiment game, because I thought they were talking about that really niche Japanese indie developer I was thinking of. But no, we'll say this more as Nun Massacre. That's the name of the game. In fact, I would say how Lay described it in context. I now realize that what they said made a lot of sense. Survival, again, I guess small space monster game, a la Puppet Combo, or chill art game. Game where you solve puzzles, avoid avoid a monster. I guess that's not always a monster. Avoid a stalker, I guess is the word I'm going to use. Make progress and open up the facility. That is such a bland description of what these types of games are. These games are fucking scary as hell, in my honest opinion. And I know exactly what they are, and I need to word this right. This is not a very good description of what this is. I mean, from a purely mechanical standpoint, I guess that's pretty accurate, but that's definitely not what they're appealing. How would I describe this in a more appealing way? I would say part of the appeal is that you're dealing with a bizarre, deranged killer homing in on you as you do busy work, piecing in an interesting setting, with horrific grindhouse aesthetic. That's how I would describe it, a little bit more accurately for the appeal of it. Okay, now this one was another one suggested by Lay, and honestly, I like this idea. Right now we're running a little bit out of room, so I'll scroll this up a little bit. Play as a ghost hunter, or play as a ghost haunting poor innocent souls moved into a house. Now, there's a few ways you could execute this game. I kind of like that concept. Night Shift is one of Puppet Combo's games. That's why you thought of Night Shift. Which is why I said small space monster game a la Puppet Combo or Chilia's art games. It's because Night Shift is a Puppet Combo game, actually. But anyways. Play as a ghost hunting poor innocent souls moved into a house. Yee. That's okay. This is true. This is 100% true, and I'm going to be haunted by this till the day I die. I swear to fucking God, Attendant was not inspired by Night Shift, and I don't think Night Shift was inspired by Attendant. I made Attendant. So, Found Horror Game 11.x released after, like a month or so after Night Shift had come out. But the thing is, I had screenshots of Attendant on the fucking store page, since the store page was up for like a year and a half before I posted up, and Attendant was the first game I made. And so I already had that locked in. It was actually, this is one of the more bizarre cases, because if I did not know specifically that it was not inspired by it, I would have thought I was inspired by it too, because they seem similar. But this is actually a case of pure 100% coincidence, and I actually am surprised. Just, wow. No, I'm not. Oh, no, okay. I like Kitty Horror Show a lot. I love Kitty Horror Show, but that was not who I was talking about. Kitty Horror Show makes great games, though. Play as a ghost hunting poor innocent souls moved into a house. I like this concept a lot, actually. Now, for a 5-day project, you would have to sort of make this small scale. If I wanted to go really ambitious, it'd be a little bit more dynamic. But I think the better way to do this here is maybe do it a bit more of a progression game. So, like, you could do this concept in a few ways. I guess what I find appealing about it is it might be fun to explore the space of playing a ghost messing with a family, maybe more in a story way. Actually, that kind of inspired a thought. Do I want to write that down? Maybe not. But what I was going to say with this is that I think there could be fun of playing in mischievous spirit and telling a story between both the ghost story and the family story. And I'm almost thinking I want to put almost in an Uri game type of way, because my first thought when I thought of this concept was something like, this is a really weird first thought, but do you guys know Mr. Mosquito? An old PS2 game where you play as a mosquito harassing a family. For whatever reason, that was the first thing that popped up in my head, despite the fact that this game would not be anything like that, and obviously that's about a mosquito, and this is about a ghost. It was just the first thing that popped up in my head. However, though, vaguely maybe something like that would maybe be up the alley of this. But that was the first thing that popped up in my head. There's a few ways to do this, though. Maybe more like an Uri type game, just from the perspective of a ghost might be more interesting. There's this one ghost horror movie I really, really, really like, though it's also a little bit very not safe for work, so maybe I couldn't really recommend that easily to people. It's also kind of hard to find, at least it was when I watched it, so I own that game too, or used to. And Connor, I'm happy you appreciate my Mr. Mosquito reference. And lay dues to you both know Mr. Mosquito. That was the first thing that popped up in my head, so yeah. All the same, all the same. I just know Mr. Mosquito popped up in my head when we were talking about the ghost haunting people person. I know that's not the exact same thing, but it was what popped up in my head when it came up. There's probably a few different ways to realize this, but I think it could be an interesting setup, and it's not that it's never been done, but is a little bit rare explored. There's a really obscure horror movie, which I'm a fan of, which I would probably pull a little bit of inspiration from, I'm not going to lie, if I did this game, which was called I Am a Ghost. That is the name of the movie. And it's a little bit not safe for work. There's some nudity in it. There is some pretty grotesque violence. I won't say too much about it, but there's some pretty grotesque depictions of self-harm in the movie. It is definitely not a movie for everyone. However, I really liked it. And it's also very, very slow burn. I won't spoil the movie right here. I'll just say I really liked it. And probably if I made a game about a ghost haunting a family, I would take a little bit of inspiration from that film, because I kind of really liked it. That sort of stuck with me, I guess. Still, though, I'm surprised more of you guys do know Mr. Mosquito. I know that Mr. Mosquito is not like the most obscure game out there, but it's not really well known either. So even having 3 people here, 4 if you include myself, all that know what Mr. Mosquito is a little bit surprising to me. Anyways, a dating sim. People have asked me for years to make a dating sim. I could make one. In fact, I'm getting to the point that I'm pretty okay with my art. My art's not fantastic, but it's serviceable. I've improved so much on my art in the last year especially. I could do a dating sim. I'll make the new Doki Doki. Obviously, you'd have to go for something a little bit sizable scaled, but yeah. Have you watched Jacob's Ladder? Yes, I have watched Jacob's Ladder. I will say this, though, it has been a while since I've watched it. It was actually, I've been thinking about rewatching it more recently. It's come up, I've seen a decent amount of horror movies in the last few months. I've been sort of binge watching a number of them with some friends, so yeah. Dating sim, though, it definitely has possibilities. Now, a lot of people ask me specifically for a Yai Gameworks dating sim, which is to say a game starring characters that are already established in the Yai Gameworks universe and make it about dating them. That's usually the more popular demand. However, I'm okay with that. I'm also okay with making a more unique little dating sim horror experience. In fact, I'm a little bit more enticed by the second one personally, but I could do either. I could do both. Not in 5 days, but I could do both. I want to make a dating sim that'll be fun. That's a great description, me. Yeah. But all the same, that one is one of possibility. There's several ways we could do a dating sim type game. And a dating sim game I could probably do, as long as we don't make a really ambitious dating sim in 5 days. So yeah, maybe. Yeah. Anyways, finally we have a choose your own adventure game, which this one can be interpreted in a lot of different ways, but I kind of vaguely know what to do with this. I'm going to reinterpret what Lay had set out for me, and I'm going to say small scale, super small scale, super de-duper small scale, Haze-esque, choose your own adventure game. And I'll say this, it might be a fun challenge to try to see what making a super tiny Haze game in 5 days looks like. And this one has an advantage because I know how to make a Haze game on account that I made a red haze. And if you don't know what a haze game is, it's a term I use because it's a type of game I like to explore occasionally, which is an extension of a game which I made several years ago known as Red Haze. I have toyed around a lot with the sequel follow-up, which I have decided to be a Gray Haze and Dull Haze. I don't mind, though, going for trying to make a super condensed, super small 5-day haze game. They're like, yes, we'll spend 5 days, we'll make this game, and then we're out. That might be interesting. It might be a little bit ambitious, but it might be a fun way. And I know how to do a haze game, so it might go a little bit faster than that. Alright, so I have now presented to you 14 choices. We have, maybe there's easier, let me choose numbers for these. Number 1. Please Love My Computer Game. Except, I think attaching Please Love My Computer Game might turn some off, but what this idea is more trying to express is a vaguely roguelike-esque game of going with a goal to get through a certain amount of rooms before to reach the end of the game with some randomized aspects of story, of course, and being more fleshed out into a fuller experience. That's really what that one at the heart of is about. The second one, a game about Beast. This one's a sort of high concept, very, very broad game. If we decide to do it, the only requirement is that we pick a game that stars a beast as the center of it. That has a lot of possibilities. You can make a werewolf game. You can make a game about a weird doggo. You can make a game about eldritch horror. You can make a game where you're playing as a monster. You can make a game where you're romancing a monster. There's a lot of possibilities with just the line, a game about a beast. That sounds like a Ludum Dare challenge, like Game Jam, broad theme that can be interpreted in like a bajillion different ways. Number 3. So the title says survival horror, but I'm going to be very, very, very open and honest here. If I'm making a survival horror game, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to make something vaguely based off of Resident Evil 1. Vaguely. Now, also, this one might be a little bit ambitious for a 5-day project, but I do not mind trying. I fucking love the survival horror genre. The one thing I think we'd have to sacrifice is probably the combat. The combat would probably, maybe not entirely, but we'd have to do something that's really simple because the combat system would be the hardest part to get right in a quick 5-day project. There might be ways to realize it a little bit, but we'd have to go for something really simple, which is also part of the reason why I'm thinking of the first Resident Evil game, because the combat in the first Resident Evil is incredibly simple, and all the same. And broadly, a small 5-day made survival horror game. The next one, a Pets Cop-esque game. Pets Cop was a really good unfiction series that went on for about 3 years. It would be something, if we made a Pets Cop-inspired game, it'd be something about a mysterious game within a game, and that can dive into sort of in-game narrative of, I guess you could say, the history behind the game itself while also being explored in sort of a game world way. That was a terrible way for me to describe it. Let me redo that. A game with a certain sort of dark, mysterious style. A game within a game, and dealing with, I guess you could call it sort of like a mixture of trauma, but also sort of a space that expresses a developer's will, if that makes sense. Alright. Salaryman with a Flesh Pit. I feel like that one is pretty self-explanatory. They say a lot of things about society, about a salaryman that needs us to appease a flesh pit. Really, there's a lot of ways you can interpret that. Next up, my horror comedy game. I love horror comedy, but honestly, a lot of horror comedy stuff sucks. I wish they were better, and I still watch them, but anyways. I want to make a really bizarre horror comedy game. Just make a 5-day, I want voice acting, really cheesy, dumb voice acting that some people hate and some people love. I want to make a game that's just out there and kind of funny and kind of really bizarre. At Home Alone, but better. I know. If you don't know, At Home Alone is this game. It was made by a first-time RPG developer, and it's good for what it is. But I know I could kick that game's ass. I know I can take this game but make it a bajillion times better. I know I could do great at this. If you give me a chance, Doc, just put me on the bench. I'll beat that game's ass. I'll make it Home Alone but better. Alright. Next up, walking simulator experience game. I personally love walking simulators. I would like to make a little experience game. We'll probably be going for a very lo-fi type game if we do a walking simulator type thing. But hey, part of the fun, I would not mind trying to explore making an interesting lo-fi little narrative and exploration experience. Quirky character house game. I imagine this being a game with in first person with JPEG image characters with no animation and sort of just like, I guess, sliding across the space as you go through a day in this character's life in this really bizarro setup house with these characters that are talking like insane people and fucking dealing with these like over the top zany but kind of horrific things that they're up to. That's what I think of that. Taper's game. I imagine it being a game where we follow a sort of creepy and extremely questionable morally protagonist who is absolutely obsessed with something, and he just wants to... He pushes himself to a dangerous point trying to follow his obsessions. That's what I imagine a Taper's game would be. Yeah, that would be the Purefield 2, actually, basically. Alright, next up. I guess this would be sort of a puppet combo / chills art inspired game. A game set in sort of a space as you do some puzzles and busy work as you deal with a bizarre deranged killer and with a strong grindhouse aesthetic and some other things going on. Interesting setting, hopefully. That's what I imagine this one meant. The 12th one is playing as a ghost haunting a space. I keep on thinking of Mr. Mosquito. I also would probably pull inspiration from this one indie horror movie I really like called I Am a Ghost. And I just imagine it tells a story between a family that's moved into a house as well as the ghost that we're playing as. And probably some hijinks ensue. And hopefully it can get oddly interesting. Next up, a dating sim. You can interpret that as either a dating sim about, yai characters, or it could be a unique character dating sim. But of course, with the horror twist I love, then yeah. I've never made a dating sim. People have asked me over the years to make a dating sim. I could probably make a small little dating sim in 5 days and see what people think of it. Finally, the super duper small scale choose your own adventure haze game. I imagine this being like, hey Ryan, what if you wanted to make a haze game a la Red Haze sort of, and other haze game ideas that I've worked on and thought about, but except try and make one in 5 days. I'd say I'll take your challenge. And we'll see if we can make a fun haze game in 5 days. Alright, everyone got it? Everybody know the 14 maybes we have here? I have a request. Please vote for 3 to 5 of these. No less than 3, no more than 5. I will tally these here and use this as probably I'm not really sure how many people are tuned in. I actually have not been able to see the viewer counts of the stream. I've only been able to see the chats. So I don't really know how many people have been listening to me talk about this all this time. But what I want to know is, please pick no less than 3, no more than 5 of what's listed here. I guess because I've numbered them, I'll push them all together. Just know that there's a space between them and the number in front of them. Hopefully they don't look too squashed together like this and too hard to read or something. But there are the 14 options all on one screen. And please vote for no less than 3, but no more than 5. I will not take a vote that has less than 3 games listed, for the record. That's okay there, Connor. Everyone votes for one thing. That's part of the reason why I said. Wait, no, Holly's. So let me see. Which ones? You vote for 2. Alright. I'm going to sort of keep a little tab. How do I keep a tab here? I guess I could just do it like... Well, some of these I'm going to have to edit down a little bit so they'll be able to fit maybe. Or maybe I'm fine. Maybe I'm fine. Yeah, I think I'm fine actually. Okay. Please love Mike. And keep in mind you can vote for up to 5, but no less than 3. All I ask is no less than 3, no more than 5. You can vote between for 3, 4, or 5 of them. I don't mind. So you vote for Please Love My Computer Game, Dating Sim, and the Zany House Game. Let me relocate it. This one. Okay, I'm getting them all down right now. So give me a second to get everybody's votes in. I will see Grayson. I'm going to go in order here, so it might take me a second to get here. Holly voted for 2. Combat. Survival horror. Horror comedy. I'll see what you vote for a third thing there, Holly. I'm going to keep a mental note. Grayson votes for Tapers, of course. Not a bad thing. The house game, the quirky character house game, and the dating sim. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm fun with it. Okay. What did I write here? Okay, so I put that vote there. That's where I got confused. Okay. Good thing I rechecked that when we go over Nee's vote. Lay, also numbers will work too. Lay votes for 10. 8, 3, 13, and 7. Alright. And then the Tapers one is the one which Holly adds as their third vote. Pedro voted for 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. Wait, no, not 7. 1, 3, 4, 6, 10. Okay. And then Stan votes for 6, 1, and 11. 1, 6, 11. And then, and I see you guys also in the Twitch chat. I was just going over the YouTube chat first. So I'm going to definitely get your guys' votes here. So, and then Doggy, Ones, Pets, Cup, and Quirky House, and Horror Comedy, and Ghost Haunting, and Dating Sim. Okay. And then from the Twitch chat, we have 4, 6, 8, 13. And from Taters, 3, 6, 7, 9, 11. Alright. Does anyone have any last minute votes they want to submit? Also, I'm not going to... everyone who knows me knows I'm going to do a weird process to eliminate the last few here. Any last minute votes? Going once. Going twice. And cut off. All right. Which means there's a few things I can say about this. Firstly, 2 gets eliminated. There was nobody that voted for that one. 5 gets eliminated. There was nobody that wanted that one. Not that nobody would have liked it, it's just nobody voted for it. And then 14. Wow. There we go. Now, unfortunately, I'm also going to eliminate the Ghost Hunting one because that only had 1 vote. Every other thing that got voted had at least 2 votes, except for this one. I think if there's only one thing that had 1 vote and everything else that got voted on had more than 1 vote, it makes sense to eliminate the one with 1 vote. Alright, so that puts us down to these. Now, I don't quite want to eliminate the ones with 2 votes. How many had 2 votes? 2? Okay, yeah, we can eliminate them. I guess that just since they're probably not going to win in the long run anyways. We'll get rid of the 2 votes. Now it's from here. We'll eliminate this. We'll eliminate that. I'm not going to eliminate, or maybe I should, or maybe I shouldn't. Okay, yeah, I'm going to keep it here. That does take us to about, give or take, in fact, exactly half of them. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. So it went from 14 to 7. That is definitely progress. Now, can anyone guess the thing I'm about to do? If you know me, you probably know what I'm about to do. In some of you are going to hate me for this. Some of you are going to love me. But most of you are going to hate me. And I think most here have a pretty solid idea of what comes next. So, do you guys want what's picked to stay? Or what's picked to be eliminated? And I'm not going to eliminate to 1. I'm only going to eliminate 2 like this. I'm going to leave the last 5 for decision. But I'm going to axe 2 of these based entirely on RNG. And unless we get tied, this is the last time we use RNG for this. But 2 of these are going to get axed by RNG. Well, now, question. Would you guys prefer if I eliminate based on what's picked, eliminate what's picked, or keep what's picked? Honest question, simple question. We're doing RMG. It's coming down to it. It always does. It's part of what throws the fun of randomness into the equation. We're only eliminating 2 this way, though. Keep what is picked. All right. Keep. You guys hated last time when it was eliminate what was picked. I eliminated everything that got less than 3 votes already from the charts. Everything that's left got at least 3 votes. Okay? We're only going to eliminate 2 this way. Only 2. You guys ready? So whatever is rolled is kept. We're not keeping what the last 2 that remain are going to be what gets eliminated. Okay? So everything that gets picked gets to move forward. Ready for this, guys? Y'all ready? Let's roll. A quirky character game. Oh boy, so we gotta keep the quirky character house selection game. Alright, so that gets to move forward. Also, a Radiant update just came. Neat. Okay, that's 1. Let's do this. We're gonna pick 4 more to move forward and eliminate 2 this way. A horror comedy, really weird, bizarre game. That gets to move forward. So we have a quirky character house game and a horror comedy, really bizarre game. Shuffle. Only 3 more are going to move forward. Let's see what. Please let my computer game move forward fully fleshed out into a game. Alright. Only 2 more are going to move forward. I accidentally told it to save. That's not what I meant to press. Alright. 2 more get to move forward. The other 2 will get eliminated. Let's do this. The Pets Cop-esque game. Alrighty. Well, it's come down to the scary moment. There's 3 options left. Only one of them will survive. Which of the 3 will be the winner? Let's find out. Roll. It's the Tapers game. Tapers gets to move on forward. Sorry for now, survival horror and dating sim. These 2 will have to wait for another day. Pat. One day. One day. But, hey. We'll eliminate what was there. I'm sorry for people that wanted those two. Unfortunately, we can only pick one. Of course, in the future, that doesn't mean we can't make whatever. Just for now, those are the two that were eliminated. I'm also going to renumber them. And now I will not use the wheel again unless two of them tie, and then we have to pick one of them. That is the only case that I will use the wheel again, is if we get a straight up tie, and then, then that makes sense to use the wheel because it's a tie between two. So here is the request of this case. Vote for 2. I will not accept any less or any more between the small roguelike with a floor systematic systems and going with a goal to get through a certain number of rooms. The Pets Cop-esque game to have a sort of aesthetic, mysterious game with sort of an unfiction story behind it. A horror comedy, really weird, bizarre game. A quirky character house game with sort of, yes, how you described before, Pure Field 2 is a good description. You know what Pure Field is, but sort of this bizarre world with these bizarre JPEG characters and what would probably be a pretty bizarre little story. And then the Tapers game, which is the game about a bizarre, deranged guy. It was going to be, I actually have the wrong, wait. Yeah, the description's wrong here. But a game that's following a character, I know what I mean by this, though. A game that's following sort of a character that has kind of this obsession. A game about a very strange, obsessed character homing in on things that they're obsessed with that gets them into a really precarious situation. All these can be expanded on in numerous ways, but it's the basis of what we're working with. I'm going to take the votes here, which are taken. And I will take only people that vote for 2, no more, no less. So, Pets Cop and Tapers is the first vote. Okay. Pets Cop and Tapers. He votes vote for 2. 3 and 4. 2 and 4. This is from the Twitch chat. 3 and 4. 1 and 4. 2 and 5. 2 and 5. Okay. I see what y'all laying. I see what y'all throwing out there. Any other votes? Because I think I know what I'm going to do if things end here. It makes even a lot of sense. Really. Okay. Last call. Anyone have any votes to submit? If not, we're moving forward. Okay. I think we're golden. How's it going, son? No kidding. So these two are obviously eliminated. They got sizably less votes than everything else. I'm going to get rid of these descriptions, because I think we pretty much know at this point. So, theoretically, Pets Cop is the winner, because it has 1 vote ahead of the other two, which are sort of tied. However, I actually think it's pretty easy to combine what's left to sort of together, maybe not precisely, but vaguely up that alley. In fact, I think it'd be really easy to combine these. Not only are Pets Cop and Tapers by the same person, with some of the same character names and some of the same themes, and yet very different mediums and different stories, to a point that they're very compatible. Not only that, but the quirky house game sort of can work with what's in those two things, and also add its own unique flavor to the mix. Now, I was actually going to say this earlier, I'm not always a fan of combining ideas that would otherwise might make a simpler idea more complex than it needs to be, or might lose the heart of a single idea. But I think it's actually really easy to combine the 3 ideas that are here. Would anyone disagree with my assessment on that? You think I should put these 3 in a wheel? I think it would actually be not a bad idea to combine the 3 of them into one. I'm gonna, sorry, Maximus, I don't want to buy anybody. I'll let you have your message, but no, I'm not interested. I do not disagree. Okay. You think it's better not to mix them? What's your logic there? I could remove the... Not that I disagree with your logic. I could see some arguments against it. And I could see some things being differently interpreted. But I'm just curious. Many are in favor, but I like hearing both sides of it, and ultimately, I guess I am the one making the decision, but I'm thinking about it. Fusion. Now, I will say this. I want to refill my water. I'm a little bit dehydrated. I ran out of water a while ago. I'm going to play the Halloween song for a second. I will be right back, though. This will take me like 2 minutes. I'll just let the song play, and I'll be right back. And I'll probably let the chorus play if I come in during the chorus, but I'll be right back as I get some water, and then we'll get straight into the next part, which is a little bit more fun than the first part, so that's part of the fun. BRB.
Good God, you are. Halloween is the time to receive. Looking like a ghoul and your makeup's running free. Little Dracula are out for blood. And you're so scared that you don't know what to do with yourself. Halloween, what am I gonna be? I could be Optimus, so Mario, I could even be Luigi. Come out tonight, I want you by my side. Trick or treat, move your feet, dancing with me all night. I'm always so scared on Halloween night. Spooky ghosts and glowing red eyes. Enough is enough. I have to be tough. I'm always afraid on Halloween night. Teenage werewolves and ghosts in disguise. Enough is enough. I have to be tough.
I came at the back end of the chorus. I'm going to skip to the next chorus and like something to listen to because I like it.
Halloween, dressed up like E.T. Wear a sheet, flap your feet. Watch out for the CIA. Watch out for the CIA. Government men run away. Want him to leave E.T. alone. I want it so bad. I'm always so scared on Halloween night. Spooky ghosts and glowing red eyes. Enough is enough. I have to be tough. I'm always afraid on Halloween night. Teenage werewolves and ghosts in disguise. Enough is enough. I have to be tough.
Okay, so let's now decide a few things because that's the next part about this. Now, originally when I asked for the camera idea first person was the camera that won as sort of an abstract concept. I would actually argue part of Petscop's appeal is the fact that it's a game, you know, you sort of this like character that has like a few mysteries towards it, and it's third person. I'm not trying to say a Petscop game could not work in first person, but I would say that Petscop is a little bit more appealing because it's set in like this very 2D-esque game type setup. That said, and one conflict about combining these ideas is the quirky house character game definitely had first person in mind initially, given that can change. And the Tapers game could really work either way, but I feel like the Tapers game works a little bit better with the first person perspective. I think about it. I think about these things. Now, we don't have to combine all these, and right now, it doesn't really matter if the concepts stick as much as we're right now going to decide what we're making. Thinking about it, thinking about it. Perspective, I'll hold on to the wayside right now, but I'm also going to say a concern I have right now about the Petscop idea specifically, which doesn't really apply to the other two game ideas, but does apply a bit to the Petscop idea. I kind of don't want to read the rest of Tapers for the inspiration. I'd rather kind of work off my memory of it right now as opposed to like pulling directly from it. Does that make sense? And I didn't finish Tapers. I don't know how it ended. And I kind of prefer it that way right now. But yeah. However, to think. I read over half of it. There's that. Anyways, talking about this though. The one concern I have for a Petscop styled game as well is that I would say that a big part of Petscop has to do... We'll look at Tapers a little bit in just a second. I'll talk about what Tapers is if we're seriously doing a Tapers type thing. However, though, what I will say about this is that Petscop, I would argue, one of the bigger appeals is in terms of as a unfiction series was the mystery around it. And it's a little bit hard, just a little bit hard, to make a mystery when, you know, you're streaming the development of what you're making. That is something which I am considering here as well. Now, of course, there's more than just that to Petscop. But I'm debating. I am definitely debating. Those are my only two concerns. The rest of it sounds pretty solid to me. But my two concerns right now is camera perspective, though we don't need to decide that immediately. We can figure out a little more about the game. And second of all, I would argue that a big part of Petscop in particular was the mystery aspect. I don't mind spoiling the story, but what would a Petscop game that gets rid of the mystery aspect, because, you know, you stream the development of the game and the mystery aspect, have after you remove the mystery element? And not even just the mystery, there's obviously the narrative, but I think you guys get what I'm trying to get at with that one. That's sort of what I'm thinking about right now. Outside of those two concerns, though, it sounds pretty solid to me. I don't mind spoiling game stuff on the game development stream, but if you're trying to build a mystery, spoiling the mystery through the development stream of the mystery so people can experience the mystery. It's not that most people who experience the mystery will know the mystery, but there'll definitely be people that saw the mystery through the development and yada yada. Think. Of course, there's stuff to Petscop outside of the mystery, and there's stuff that I find very interesting about it. Obviously, in some ways, it ties very easily into Tapers, because there's direct parallels between the two of them. Connor, that would be a genius idea, except that would definitely take a lot more time. In some ways, that would be very accurate to the Petscop experience, but that would definitely not just be a 5-day project. I think I have one of the only taper readings on the fucking internet. Let me look this up. Tapers reading. There it is. Hey Grayson, you're here too. Here I am. Hello everyone. This is Duskull Maka's That Gamer. I had a link to the tapers, I think, in my description. Yes, I did. Is the link still up? The link is still up. Tapers. I read chapters 1 through 10. I did not read chapters 11 through 20. You could make that there, Master, but there is challenges to that. Again, one thing I'm going to make sure is that we don't have feature creep in, because there is actually differences based on if you're making sprites for a 2D space or a 3D space. So it would kind of in some ways double the amount of sprite work that we would want for things. Or it depends how you decide to do it. You could like bypass the added effort if you were like selective with what you specifically needed and made it a little bit more specifically chosen. But there is definitely the challenge that you need to then sprite in 2 perspectives. I don't normally make reading videos, but I did in this case because I was interested too. In GII. That's I'm not going to read tapers right now. I'm not really in the mood to out loud read something. But I do remember tapers, and I remember a decent amount about what I read through chapters 1 through 10. And in some ways, I kind of prefer, if I'm going to make something inspired by tapers, that I don't actually know the second half of tapers. The part of the reason I say that is so I don't pull so directly from it. So yeah, I have seen all of Petscop, so there's that. And right now, my main concern about a Petscop-esque thing... Yeah. I'll remember that people are interested in doing a Petscop type thing. And I might pull some from Petscop, but I think I might downplay the Petscop element of this. I'm sorry for those who really want me to do a Petscop type thing. In some ways, Petscop and tapers are really related, but here's the main thing that I'm being hung up about with the Petscop option. Theoretically, I could probably do a pretty good Petscop-esque thing in 5 days, but there's a problem with me streaming the development of that, because I feel like a big part of Petscop's appeal is the mystery, and the mystery is kind of disillusioned if you're watching the person make it. Like, imagine before, imagine if Paul just streamed the development of him making a game part of Petscop. And like that still would not be bad, but I feel like something would be lost in that process. And that one is sort of the mystery aspect, which would be lost here. Because Petscop itself is a very simple game mechanically. It's mostly a game where you walk around and you interact with things. It has a certain aesthetic to it, and I think the aesthetic is appealing. I think the mystery aspect is appealing. I think the story is appealing. I think there's a lot of appealing aspects to the game. There's, of course, a little puzzle gameplay at the very beginning, but yeah. Fat Petscop hits me when the PlayStation's on. But unfortunately, even though it has one more vote than the other two, the more I think about it, the more I think that I'm going to keep the Petscop aesthetic and some parts of it in mind. But I'm going to eliminate this for the moment, because I would say to make a Petscop-esque game, you would have to be a little bit more mysterious than that. Some of the mystery is lost, of course, if the process is right there in front of you. That's true of like anything, really. Not always, but most of the time. That said, I'm not going to eliminate Petscop entirely. I'm going to keep him, not even in the back of my head, but I can pull some influence from it while not specifically making a Petscop-esque thing. So yeah. Okay. So with this in mind, here comes the question, the second thing which I was debating myself, which is a little bit more eliminated if I'm sort of eliminating the Petscop aspect of this. What camera thing are we doing? I will say, in my mind, we're doing a 2.5D 3D type game, as opposed to a 2D game. I think that kind of works better with both these ideas than the 2D game thing. In my head, when I'm picturing these games, in my mind, they're both using the sort of fake 3D system that you can achieve with RPG Maker MZ. But are we going from a third-person perspective where we see our character sprite? Or are we going from a first-person perspective? I'm going to say something. I am not experienced with the first-person perspective. I have done a little bit of it before. I have a little bit of experience, but it's definitely not my forte. It is definitely something I can experiment more with. It's definitely something which I can learn more from. But yeah. I think things could work from both perspectives, honestly. I think this idea could work from both perspectives. I am a little bit more used to the 2.5D perspective than I would be from the first-person perspective. However, the first person does mean I won't have to sprite a character, which has its pros and cons. One of the pros is definitely time, because at the moment, with my current slow spriting, it takes me like 3 to 5 hours to sprite a character, like fully animated character in my style. So, yeah. I think there'd be interesting ways to even go further with the 2.5D look. Also, if I want to pull some more Petscop inspiration, Petscop is definitely sort of a Pseudo 2.5D game, which would be very similar in aesthetic to sort of what we might be going for. So there's definitely that going for us, that Petscop is definitely in the style, and we could fucking make a Tapers-inspired game in the style of Petscop. That might actually be interesting, even though I'm not directly adapting Tapers. I can just be very upfront. A game inspired by Tony. I think what I'm going to do, now that I said this all out loud, I sort of thought about it, and Nihi and Connor both throw their thoughts into the mix. I will admit, when I first went into this, I was picturing a 2.5D. No, excuse me, I was picturing a first-person game. But I think, sitting on it, I kind of want to attempt to do vaguely a Petscop style thing with a Tapers-esque story. Here's what I'm gonna have to do with this fucking game at this point. I'm gonna have to literally just clarify, yes, this game is very inspired by Tony, the creator of Petscop and Tapers. Because that's just true at this point. That's not false. Literally, this game would not exist if he did not exist. The inspirations are there. Now, it's not going to be directly like either of those things, but that is definitely the truth of the scenario, that this game is being very directly inspired by his works. No question about it. That's the basis of what we're working on right now. It makes sense to me. I'm going to keep what I was thinking about the Tapers thing, about a character who is a little bit obsessed with something. I'm going to keep the 2.5D perspective. Wait, the guy who made Petscop made Tapers? Yes. In fact, let me talk about something. If you don't know what Tapers is, Tapers was an old web series. If you read it and you think of Petscop, let me clarify, Tapers is not canon to Petscop. The more accurate thing to say is that Petscop was a further developed idea of Tapers, but they have a lot of differences, and though Tony has decided, since some people like Tapers, to leave Tapers up, he's really upfront not to take it as canon to Petscop. And the reason why he clarifies that so much is there are characters in Tapers that literally have the exact same names as the characters from Petscop, and they even act very similarly and have very similar roles in the story. But it's more accurate to say that they are not in the same universe, and Tapers is not at all canon to Petscop. He's been very adamant about that. It's more like he had an idea, and these were like sort of... Tapers was made first. Tapers was made almost a decade before he made Petscop, and it's just a further developed idea down the line he adapted into Petscop, but not to read Tapers and think, oh, that explains Petscop, because he made a lot of changes to the story within the decade that he made Tapers going into Petscop. And there's also a lot of extreme differences between them. But just making that up front. However, we're not taking that into mind, because we're not making Petscop, we're not making a Tapers fan game. We're just pulling inspiration from both, I guess. I will not hide the inspiration. In fact, I might even directly mention that it was directly inspired by him on the store page and in the game itself, because that is true. But if you read Tapers and you did not hear that warning from me, you might get a little bit confused, because if you remember Petscop, literally there are characters in Tapers literally with the exact same names and kind of similar story positions to the characters in Petscop, but all the same. Okay, what I do know is I want to make a game about a messed up character, and because I know I'm doing the 2.5D perspective, I guess I'm spriting. Oh boy, and that's probably, I'm going to be upfront and honest here. Spriting the main character is probably going to be the rest of the stream. It's probably going to take me 3 to 5 hours. I'm going to put some music on, and I'm going to be talking with you guys, but I understand if someone wants to tune out. We have a lot more to decide about the game, but I'll let us decide more about the game on the 1st of November. I'm going to be busy on Halloween. I might do some music stuff, but that's the only thing I'm going to do before we get started. Maybe that and a little bit of coding. On Halloween, I might do a little bit of music, and I might do a little bit of coding, but the rest of it I'm going to be doing entirely on stream. The one thing I will say is I will be spriting probably for the rest of the stream. Probably when I'm done spriting, I'll be like, yeah, that's good. And we'll probably be here for a few hours. Now, there are a few things I need to decide about this, but we'll probably decide more about the project on the 1st. If you want to keep tuned in and let's talk and watch my spriting process and all that fun stuff, feel free to. But this is the point where I understand that some might want to tune out a little bit more. Of course, I will also mention we are past our donation goal, but I don't mind money. So. But what I was going to say with this is that we're going to continue and go forward with this. We have GIMP open. I've had GIMP open this whole time, just to, obviously not at the forefront. And I think we're about good to go with it. I do need to decide what I want the character to look like. Here is something which I am set on. I don't want a directly humanoid character. Even if they're human, I don't need them to be directly humanoid. Here's a good question. Should this game have voice acting? If it does have voice acting, it'll be incredibly unprofessional, just the people who I know who are willing to do it for free and very quickly. However, that might be better to go with a Pets Cop thing, because I can do this, but I do like the beeping sound talk. That might actually be better for this. I think that might be a better idea for this particular project. Especially if bad voice acting might detract from the story. But maybe voice acting would be fun. I'm debating. I won't decide that right now. Just the thing that I'm debating. Know that. But no, I understand if some go in more passive mode. What if you made like the Banjo-Kazooie games? You're talking about the talking for a second. For a second, I thought you meant like a platformer. I was like, but yeah, I can do exactly that. I know how exactly to do that. And that's sort of what I talk about when I talk about the beeping sound talking. But I'll debate between that and voice acting. I definitely will. Yeah. I thought for a second you were trying to say we should make a collectathon platformer. I was like, what? But I understood what you mean by that there. So, Okay. Voice acting's not off the table. I won't decide that tonight. I'll think some about it. That's true as well, Connor. Okay. Let me think. So one thing I do know, and one thing I do want to specifically pull from Tapers, not so much Pets Cop, this is more of a Tapers thing. I want us to follow a protagonist that is kind of uncomfortable, kind of really bizarre, kind of obsessed. So, but I don't want them to be strictly a human. If they are humanoid, a stylized humanoid. I guess also to keep things simple, I'm going to try and do things in sort of a, not really I guess kind of pixely style. I'm always afraid of Saturday night. 144 and 382. And I think it's actually 384. Let me recalculate my head for a second. It'd be from 240 to 88. 26. 1. 2. 3. Yeah, it is that much. I was just making sure in my head. I was doing the math in my head. Transparency. Voila. View. Show grid. La-di-da. I imagine that the main character that is probably more the kidnapper. Okay, so slight Taper spoilers. The main character in Tapers, as far as I read, ends up kidnapping the little girl that he's weirdly stalking coming out of her elementary school. And she's in a house of abuse, and their kidnapper ends up kidnapping her. That's what happens early in Tapers. Not like super early, but less than halfway through the story. That's as far as I read. And it definitely wasn't towards the end of what I read. It was like in the middle of what I read. It's probably like 1/4 of the way through the story. So, I would say it's fairly fair to say that he did abduct her. Now, are they both kind of okay with it? Like, weirdly okay with it? Kinda. But yeah. And that's fair. All the same. What I'm trying to say is I want our main character to be Marvin. Let's see. I'm thinking. I'm also going to put some music on. So I'm going to have some pauses of thinking. I don't know the design I want to do yet. Obviously, we need a design. Oh, also a name! Right, because I need to put this somewhere. I could just make a temporary thing. Before we do the sprite, I'm going to do one last deciding thing while I still got some people's attention here. Because if I start spriting, by the time I'm finished, it's only going to be like 1 or 2 people talking, probably. My prediction. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But name. Let's pick a name for this project. That would make some of this stuff a lot easier for me. Anybody... I guess the things that we're pulling from don't really have complex names. One of them is Pets Cop, which is the word pets with the word cop. There's probably other ways to interpret it, but, you know. And then we got Tapers, which, you know, they're not bad names. I think they both fit. We're not thinking about the character name, for the record. I'm thinking about the game name. Melvin was the name of the character, Melvin? Unique quirkiness. Unquirkiness. Huh. Not bad off the top name there, Scott, actually. Filmers, get the fuck out of here. Holly, I know what you mean. Mouse coding. I forget precisely, but I know there's several mouse plugins for MV if you do some like digging. I think I did more than one thing for it, but it's been a while. It's been a hot minute. It's been over 3 years, almost 4 years. Well, time fucking flies. But yeah. Snappers, flashers, blue haze. We're not making blue haze right now, but picture and video takers. I guess it's true that we don't have really much of a story here. Vinder. A name, but then again, a name can be a basis. Let me think. A fake word, since we're kind of going through that way. What would be a thing to express a feeling? Please love my small donation stream game. There has to be something called Disturbia, right? There has to be something called Disturbia. I love the Bias, for the record. If you notice the naming schematic, it's because I love the word Bia. And if not, I've got a backup. I like the word disturb. What about something playback? Playback's not a bad one either. If we go with a simple name, then let's start with it. There has to be something called Disturbia. Okay, yeah, there's a film called Disturbia. Okay, which means next up... Did I find my winner? Yes. There's nothing big called Disturbido. Idiot shot. Disturbedness. I feel like disturbedness is a little more likely. I like the word disturb. Oh, maybe not. A little bit more than disturb B though, but not too many. Feels like it might be huh. Is there a lot of highness happening? So, disturb B though. Disturbedness. We don't need to disturb anything. I just like the word disturb. And I think it might be fitting because we're going to make a disturbing game. I'm going to warn this ahead of time. Even though I will try my best to not make this game tasteless, we'll probably be dealing with some shit here. Disturbian. Disturbian's a good one. But is it used? A little bit more than the others. There's a song called that. But here's the thing that people need to realize. The song names are extremely common. And here's the thing. I could, nobody's going to stop me from calling my game Disturbia. So I don't think there's a big copyright on the word Disturbia. I'd look a little bit more if I planned to call it that. But then you have issues. If people try looking up your thing, they might mix it up with other things. There being something somewhere called that doesn't really bother me. I don't think they're going to come after me because it's like, oh, that's just Jai. Dysphobia? Are we making it about dysphoria? I like dysphobia though. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. I like the word dysphobia. But now that I thought about it, I see it's a short term. Even though it's not a very common short term, I don't really want to associate the game with that. Oh no. And that's a shame. I like that one. That made me a little bit upset. It's a very uncommon slang term, but I don't want people looking up like, hey, what does dysphobia mean? And see that dysphobia is like this really obscure term that talks about people being phobic of disabled people. That's not the intent of the game. And yeah. Oh, comrade, hello. Actually, I do have a download for it. I know you didn't know, Nihit. I didn't know until I looked it up myself right now. I see. Gnosis. Alright. It's a little bit hard to fit disturb and gnosis together, though. I guess you could, do the most direct way. Disturb gnosis. That doesn't really, roll off the tongue, nor does it, look the best. I bet it doesn't, there's probably nothing else called this. Yeah, there really is. There's, 2 medical volumes that lightly refer to the term, but that's, nothing. And they're both really old. Was disturb gnosis a really old word? What the hell? Because literally, these are both archives of old fucking books. One of them from 1894, and the other one from 1922. The problem is Disturb Gnosis doesn't exactly, well, I kind of like it actually. What is it, Ryan? Well, comrade, I was behind on some rent stuff, but we have passed the goals that I made for the rent stuff, so I guess we're past that now. And now I'm committed to making a small 5-day game. We did some elimination, and right now we're thinking of a game name. Before I do the sprite work on the main character, that's probably going to be the rest of this particular stream. I kind of like Disturb Gnosis. It's growing on me. Would it be better? What happens if we take... No, Disturb Gnosis looks better. I think Just to Venus is a little bit I don't even know how to say that, to be honest with you. don't know. I don't really like the way that dysnosis looks personally, but I realize that's a 100% subjective personal thing. I do like gnosis, but I'm not sure if I like dysnosis. Like, it sounds good, but I don't like the way it looks. I don't know how else to word it. I have a bias towards B, though. I like the word B, though. Not to just get the fewer characters, and that sometimes helps. Brutsid? Does that mean anything? Am I missing something with that one? I'm thinking very seriously right now, so I'm like, We don't need disturb in the word. I just like the word disturb. And I also think it gets a point across that the game's a bit disturbing. And I kind of like the way it looks, so I got that going for me. It's not that we absolutely need disturb in the title, just... Okay, it's disturb backwards. Okay. Okay, bucko, I missed that. I feel silly that I missed that. But I admit, without knowing it's disturbed backwards, it kind of looks like a name almost, like just some guy dude's name. I'm Brutsid. Distortion? I guess look into that. It's trying to obviously correct the distortion, and that makes a lot of sense. I don't know. Actually, I don't like how that looks, actually. It doesn't match with anything but this weird thing from 1772, which I'm going to be completely blunt. I doubt this person from 1772 is going to come at me for copyright because they one time used the word in some different language. But I don't like the way that looks, personally. Even though I like how it sounds, Distornosis. No, I think we do better. Extrusion is good. I like how it sounds, but I also understand that might get a little bit confused with search engines. I don't like how it looks, but I like how it sounds. Yeah, I don't need. Okay, let me ask up front here. If you guys had to right now choose between Disturbido, Disturbness, Disturbnosis, which one would you guys choose between these three? And it's okay if you don't love any of these. If you don't love it, feel free to also clarify because I'm just baiting. Sturcia. I find that fake words work a little bit better when you sort of tell what the basis of them are, mostly. Okay, Connor, that's a very good joke with that, I admit. You like Disturbnosis the most? There might be a little bit of self-bias here, because I feel like I like Disturbido the most, but I came up with that one. And Lane might like Disturbnosis the most, but Gnosis was his suggestion. And Nihi made the Disturbness one. So there might be, I'm trying to keep in mind all three of us might have our own personal biases. And that's A-okay, nothing wrong with that. Just I'm keeping this in mind. And that includes my own bias towards Disturbido. But unfortunately, we're the only ones that said anything. Wow. Nausea. Makes sense, makes sense. Oh, you say we should use the random picker wheel again? Well, if you say so, Grayson. Yep. Is there a way I prefer to spell any of these? Do I like dystosis? Does that mean anything? I'm just figuring this out. I'm not sure if I'll actually like this or not. Vaguely, but nothing super important at a glance. I know, here's the thing. When it comes to fake words, everybody's biased to their own selection, and other people feel differently towards it. I am 100% biased towards Disturbido, and I know I am, because I like the word disturb, and I like the word beto, and I think that they look good together. And plus, they sort of flow off each other, because one is disturb, and ends with a B, and the other one is beto, ends like that. And I like the word, and I like saying Disturbido. But that's 100% my bias. I know it is. I do like Disturbedness, and surprisingly enough, there's not a lot called Disturbedness. There's nothing called Disturbedness, but there's nothing that should really be a problem. And Disturbnosis, there's nothing else called that. I will admit, aesthetically, that doesn't look my favorite there. Maybe I like it more if there's like a G there. No. Actually, I'll look up one thing. Let me look up this fake word and see what happens. Disturbingly, of course. Makes sense. Disturbingly is a real word, but it's not a super common real word. It's not a whole lot of precise things. Now Disturbingly movie. There's not a movie called Disturbingly, at least as far as I can tell. Is there a game called Disturbingly? Doesn't seem to be. Of course, thanks to the description, there's Disturbingly, and there's things with Disturb in it. How about Itch.io? Those are the only two I'm going to check right now. Disturbingly. Disturbance. Agree of disturbance. Disturbance. Do not disturb. Disturbed. Disturb word. The one problem with using a real word like Disturbingly is that Disturbingly is in a lot of game descriptions. But as far as I can tell, there's not a whole lot that's called Disturbingly. I kind of like that. It is a real word, but the problem with it being a real word is then, conflict with things. It can be two words, but I kind of want to keep it to one word, both because of the inspiration. Also, I kind of like single word titles, not depending on the longer a title is, the harder it is to fit in everything and all the places you need to fit it in. If it's a longer title, it's a little bit hard to fit in the super, super tiny Steam box pick things that people have to click on. Basically, if you want to kind of imagine what I'm trying to say with this, we're going to go back to Steam for a second. So kind of imagine, you see these little pictures over here? The more words you have, the less space you have for anything else. And there's other places you have to have these really small icons for things. And it's not that I dislike two-word titles. I definitely do them sometimes. I just keep that in mind. So, Disturbingly. I would just call the game Disturbingly because, surprisingly enough, Disturbingly does not seem to be the name of anything major. In fact, there's things that obviously use the word Disturbingly. Oh, hello, Rinks. Rings right now doing a 5-day project thing. Yeah, Halloween Sex Party 18+. We did definitely see it on the Steam store just now. So we got Disturbido, Disturbness. I think I might just call it, like these, I like the fake words, but I kind of like this. Need anything for that? Well, Grace, I would say Grayson. Well, Rinks, if you're going to offer, I'm not going to deny you. But I will tell you now, I'm only going to be working on this project today, on the 1st of November, the 2nd of November, the 3rd of November, and the 4th of November. You both offer, and I'll take it. That's also why I got a little bit confused there for a second. I will definitely not deny the help if you're willing to give it, but this will be a short project. I'm busy today and tomorrow, but I'm free after that. That'll be perfect, actually, because I'm busy tomorrow on Halloween, but I will be streaming on the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th, and I plan to release it on the 4th of the 5th. Rings. I think I might just call it Disturbingly. I think it's a simple title. It is a real word, but it's not a super common real word that it gets confused with everything else. And surprisingly enough, despite searching, there's definitely horror stuff that have disturb in the name, and like disturbing, etc. But there's not a whole lot out there which is called Disturbingly. I'm appreciative to have you on board then, Rinks. Give it a thumbs up from me. I think if we just make a little game called Disturbingly, are you guys all cool with that? I kind of want to do a fake word at first, but I think this might be the better option. I feel like that might also attract... If I was a person browsing a store, if this had a good poster and the name Disturbingly, I think I would be curious to check it out. Does that make sense? Oh, I'm appreciative as well, Tom. Tom, we're thinking about maybe doing voice acting. I might ask you for that. Would you be okay with that? Certainly sounds good. All right. Yeah. Okay, I got the reference too. So yeah. Right. Okay, we can go with Disturbingly. That's simple, to the point. So we don't need to go through the name thing then, which means the rest of this stream will probably be coming up with this character, though I first will do the basic thing. I'm sorry if Disturbingly was not the favorite of all, but I kind of like the simple title, and I'm going to claim it because I kind of like the word. We'll make a new project, and then the first thing I'm going to do is the first thing I do with every RPG Maker project I do, I prune it. I'm going to put on a song, not the Halloween song we've listened to a few times already. I'm going to put on a different song, and I'm going to get to pruning. Here is a default RPG Maker project. We're going to prune the shit out of it, and that's going to be pretty fun. But first, let me put on a song. Let me see, what song? Something that's definitely not the problem, copyright-wise. Oh, I could use... So let me say this. There's a game I want to make called Sickphobia. It's not the game to make in 5 days right now. But I will play a song from Sickphobia that I am a fan of. Let me do it by name. Wow. That I am appreciative of. I will take advantage of the opportunity. This really looks like a game. Yeah, it's the default RPG Maker look. We're going to prune this because we don't need any of the default RPG Maker stuff. I'm just giving me a second because I'm opening up a song because I know pruning takes like only a minute or two, a couple minutes really. But I just want to play the song. Let's use... I think the song I'm looking for is this one. No, not that one. Not that one, actually. It's this one, I think. Yeah, it's this one. Wait, maybe... No, that's the older one. Let me... Though that would work. Is it you? No, not you. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. It's definitely this one. Yeah, it's this one. They get a little bit. I don't disagree with you, but we're not using the default stuff. Of course we're not using the default stuff. I'm going to prune it right now. I'll show you guys the pruning process. It's really easy though. I'll let the song play a little bit, so it'll be a little bit loud. I'm not talking.
Crush the pieces even smaller, cut the loose ends, block the collar, love the horror, burn the altar, wake up 6 feet underwater. Find the part, make an entrance, scratch the surface, anxiety, hate, know it hates you, let it bury you, let it break you.
Just know it's the main theme for Sick Phobia. That's a game that probably will not see the light of day super soon, but it is one which I'll definitely eventually get done.
Find the portal, make an entrance, scratch the surface, something different. Anxiety, hate it, know it hates you, let it bury it, let it break you. Life's an empty hallway, lungs feel empty always. Stuff that out space, treat it like a mistake.
Yeah, deleting everything.
Crush the pieces even smaller, cut the loose ends, block the collar, love the horror, burn the altar, wake up 6 feet underwater. Find the part, make an entrance, scratch the surface, anxiety, hate, know it hates you, let it bury you, let it break you.
Yeah.
Find the portal, make an entrance, scratch the surface, something different. Anxiety, hate it, know it hates you, let it bury it, let it break you.
Okay, we're done. Okay, now with a blank project, a project title decided, the last thing we're going to get done today, because this is going to take me like 3 or 4 hours, probably 5, but I say 3 to 4, is to make the character sprite. Now this one's going to be a little bit weird, because I don't really want a humanoid precisely character. It could be humanoid-esque, but I don't want a human character. Our main character is a bit disturbing. So I know, so it's surprising. A game called Disturbingly, our main protagonist is a little bit disturbing. Shocker. Yeah. Happy you found it, Nihi. I know that like a few plugins exist that do like different mouse functions, so yeah. Let's go this way. I want to put some music on us to do the background stuff. I need to think a little bit about what I want this character to be, I guess. I won't specifically play music from this stuff. I guess I'll play... Oh, can I use one of my songs? Oh, I could use one of the songs. Oh, I want to use one of the songs. Okay. So I hired someone a few months ago to compose some music. And, I Anyways, they're like these little vocal songs. They're not like catchy songs I listen to all the time, but I really like them. Not that one. This is just a sample of one of them. That's the 30-second sample. It's just they're really simple. And I could use one of them here, but yeah, there's vocals to this I should mention. But it's a very ethereal song. It's very subdued, but I think it would fit somewhere. And just thinking about that for a second. Oh, I could play the mouse song. I probably shouldn't use that one. It would be a little bit distracting in the background. I'm just thinking about background songs because I'm going to be spriting for a little bit. Yeah. Let's do the do. I know what songs I'm going to play. I'm going to play songs from a game that none of you guys know, but some of you guys might have heard the song music from before. Yeah, this will be good. I'll use music from this. This will be good. Just our decision here. I'll put some of these on loop.
Have I seen you?
Okay. These are probably good songs to put in the background for this. I'll turn them down a little bit for both me and you guys. Alright, so we're going to be making a character. I don't want the character to be strictly human. And currently, I don't have a strong mental image. I do vaguely know some things I do not want to do, but strictly what I want them to look like, that's another question. Makes sense? Thinking some for a bit. I guess I had a really weird idea just pop in my head very suddenly right then. Is that really what I want to do? Not really. Despite the fact that our character is definitely not going to be the cutest character on the block. At the exact same time, I would say that I do want them to have a little bit of an appealing design. Just a little bit. Maybe not cute appealing. Doesn't need to be cool either, though. They are kind of disturbing and weird. Let me think a little more about this. And they're not humanoid. They can be humanoid, human-esque in some ways, I guess. But I guess humanoid isn't the right word. They're not human strictly, but yeah. I guess to put a little more thought into it, I'll put this open here. Just use Edmund. Ah, yes, there we go. Edmund right there. Edmund's not a bad thing. Suggestions say. The music that's playing on the stream right now is music for another project of mine. One that will not see light of day anytime soon. But all the music that's playing right now is for another project, which I'm not ready to talk about. And this one's not one to expect anytime soon. It's got a funky soundtrack, I will say that. Still though, I always have multiple projects. I'm a fucking juggler. But for now, design. Edmund's not a bad basis, and that did help me with you mentioning him. Now I've got Edmund in my head, and basing it a bit off Edmund, going a little bit further. Should we have like a pastely white character? Is that what we want to do? That, and it's got a full body suit outside of that. Are we gonna make an Edmund game? Is that what we're doing? Edmund it's not too far detached from Marvin, I guess, in some ways. I'm thinking. I'm like seriously thinking. I'm starting to get something in my head. I have no idea how to describe what's in my head. I'd have to draw it. I've got like a loose, kind of foggy picture of it in my head. Is that really what I want to do? Is that what I want this character to look like? Should I like form that picture, or should I look a little bit differently? Thank you very much. Oh, I've got something forming. Oh, I like what's forming. Okay, I got something. The admin suggestion was the thing. I'm thankful for that one, Grayson. I'm not making Marvin, obviously, but I got an idea. Also, we're making a 3D game, but good thing I said that right now. I was about to use a brush. The 3D games, they don't like transparent pixels, so doing it more in like a 2D pixel way is the way to go. Think about it though. The one thing I can say, and I can be proud of, is that Edmund was not at all based off of Marvin. I didn't know about Tapers at that point, and Pets Cup hadn't come out yet when Red Haze was released, so. I have an idea. And I'm happy I reminded myself I needed to use pixels, because otherwise I would probably have forgotten, and then made transparent pixel characters, that would have been problematic later, because we're making a 3D game. Thinking. Okay. This is gonna be such a bizarre main character, but I think I'm kind of getting attached to this really weird idea I've got in my head. You're not gonna have any idea what I'm really going for until you guys kind of see it. So I'm going to make multiple layers. I'm probably gonna need it. It's probably as many layers as I need, honestly. Thank you. Yeah, okay. I know what I'm going for. I just kind of need to do it. I don't have like all of it figured out. I have enough figured out. It's such a weird. Do people really want the design I'm thinking of? What color should I do the main part? You know what I want to start with. That's, I guess, the first basis. Guess for color-wise, thinking about it. I'll start off with this basic stuff, and then I'll sort of move on from there. One, two, three, four, five. Can I go up to 3 there? Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay, now what color do I want the top part to be? That is the question. I want it to be purplish, yellowish, greenish. I want the lower part to be greenish. That's all good. Pink? Gray? I guess I do want the top part to be gray, but I need to make it like a nice decisive gray. Let's sort of do black for the outskirts though, because I was doing gray there. I guess I was having gray on the mind. Sort of fun gray do I want here? I kind of know. I kind of know in my heart of hearts, what I'm going for. Okay. Now back to black. This one a little bit more. It goes. I'm sort of getting the shape of the character out, so this first angle and the side angle are probably going to take me a little bit. I'm going for a very unorthodox character right now. This, I think it might be better. No, I guess going a little bit even Steven pair there. Okay, I see a difference which I have, which is probably making actually a bigger difference than I realize right now. Let's take this. Yeah, it doesn't have to be 1-to-1. In fact, arguably, it already is not. Okay. You're gonna think very differently down the line there, Nee. That's all I'm gonna say right now. Get a little bit further out, actually. I'm not going to actually reference what a real world one looks like, of what I'm sort of loosely basing this off of, because I prefer more of my fantasy image of it at the moment. Hello there, Arian. This is loosely based off of something, but I don't really need it to look like the real thing. I guess maybe though I want to go a little bit flatter there. Thinking. Alright, Rinks, I'll be right here. And Grayson to see where I am going. No one knows, not even fully myself. Well, I vaguely have an idea of what I'm going for, but not fully, that's for certain. Not exactly. Welcome back there, Rinks. I'm gonna take those arms down just a bit. And I think that would look better if this was a little more here. But it probably started going down this way there. Probably not, but I'm not too hungry, so I think I'm okay. I get the basic shape here. Or wait, no. Okay, I know what to do here. I should maybe get swallowed by decently soon, but to see how things roll with here first. This straight lead. This will be a way for me to explain, get that rid of that bit of that. Yep. I may or may not like what I'm gonna do, but I definitely have it in my head. So I'm gonna realize it, then I'm gonna start to think of it before I do the other position angles.
Diving deep and losing
This character might end up being very small, actually. That's okay. Layer below it, I almost want to do it like this. This one, since we're copy and paste, I need to check something. How about this in comparison to this? Good distance. Now I need a little bit more up here. That's definitely for certain. Also, now I see these hands a little more. I feel like it'd be a little better if these fingers reached out a little more. That type of setup. Let me find the color I'm looking for. You're probably gonna see me switch between a few greens right now. I'm trying to find the green, which I'm like, that's the green. I'm gonna do some different colorings once I find the bases. I'm gonna start with this, but if I feel like changing it, I'll change it. Hope you sleep well there, Nihi. Get some good rest. Is that a run layer? Actually, that makes sense. That one, the run layer there. A little bit more red there. Dark red, maybe. Run layer. I'm gonna change something about this color scheme that I'm sort of seeing play out. I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna sort of change based on what I think fits here. I'll do like basic colors and then sort of filter them out and change them how I feel might work best for them. There's of course a lot more details. I'm trying to get the basic shape out first, see if I actually like this or a little bit more about it. I think this is thick size, but it's not just now. It is a character. Two from there. Yeah. Not that color. It's not the color. It's like there. This one. Yeah. There's our crab claw lens. Still, I'm not quite satisfied with it. Let's go a little bit differently from there. Okay. To make alterations bit by bit. As far as the shading, obviously, but I want to figure out more about the coloring before I move on to the shading and the shape and stuff I want to alter about it. I'll go bit by bit though. Start from the top. I'm okay with the color of that, but needs a little bit more to it. So from that's that color, it's like I'm thinking up here. Should be like that. No, I think it's just like that. Or maybe. Will look better. That makes a very clear pattern. Not exactly what I intended. I guess you could just do it like... I didn't actually want this green to be precisely the same as that green, but very, very close. Not like that though. I need to turn the sensitivity of my selection tool down. In a similar vein. Okay. Why you randomly say worm brains? I see. I'm not sure if I would describe it as a worm, personally. I realize now that this could look a lot like a fish face. That wasn't really my intent, but I realized it looking at it from here. It doesn't look as much like that when you're not zoomed in, though.
I search for consolation. I travel so. Do not judge me too harshly. For I obey a desperate law that falls with my strength and in my weakness. If your heart is wounded, mine bleeds too.
Moving that to the middle help a bit more. I kind of like it there. I kind of want to... Is this what I'm happy with before I move forward further with it? What do you guys think currently? Think I should go back to the drawing board a bit? Think this is okay? Before I go into the lower half and fix it up? I do see... It kind of looks like a fish head from this direction. It should be a little more clear from the side angle. Yeah. Let me do something which I think is going to help me. I've been thinking about this. I was thinking about the colors earlier, and they do kind of complement, but let me just do a quick thing and sort of test for myself. Just doing a little bit of a test. I might undo this if I don't like it. I think what might help the design a bit look a little bit less like a fish head is the things that kind of look like fish eyes right now. I think if those are gone, some of the stuff will change about it. So. What? I do want the thing from the sides here, so how do I do that? So some of those just... I know what I want those to look like from the sides, but from the front... Maybe that's fine as is. Maybe it's fine if it kind of looks like a fish person from the front. Yep. On the bottom half I need to do more with. So let's do it bit by bit. Actually, I have a thought. Okay. Keep the feet for the second, but I think I know what I want to change. Okay. How to go about this? Also, would this look bad? I'll help with something. Or might make it worse? Let's find out. Helps a little bit, actually. If I move this out here to there, does that make any difference? A weird way to film the colors, but I'll do it. Helps a little bit. Stupidly doing the expand from the center thing. I always hate that automatically does. I forgot to disable that entirely. This by one. Like right like that. Now, what do I do here? That is the question. Actually, what if I did this with... That's probably fine for this. It's fine as it is. Okay. I have an idea that's kind of a weird idea. But maybe it's the kind of weirdness I need. Maybe. Maybe Rinks. Maybe. Let me get to the end point of the design before I get to the next point. Alteration here. Not that much alteration. Yeah. Definitely going places. You like Miss Frizzle. Seatbelts, everyone. Please don't let this be another field trip for Ryan's weird trippy adventures. With the Ryan? No way. Huh? I know why this doesn't quite line up. It's because this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thing in a space that shouldn't be equilibrium like this. Because it isn't. Character goes up. Ooh, that's why. How'd that change? Oh, I see. Before I figure out the dress wear, I'll get rid of that. I'll figure this out bit by bit. Okay. Look at them come along. I'm also going to say this because I've experienced him crashing on me before. So let me quickly put this into here. Characters. There you go. pieces there. Okay. I'll take this. Just a normal guy, don't you know? I actually wonder now more. Let me turn my stuff down a lot. I might undo what I'm about to do, but I'm just kind of curious what this would look like. Not that color. I may very well undo. Ooh, that's something I was missing earlier. I'll do that a little bit. I might just briefly. Places to go and things to see. I might undo this next part if I do not like how the colors turn out, but I want to see what it looks like before I give up on it. The idea put itself in my head, and I knew I needed to see what it looked like. I'm not done yet, of course. Also, I don't think I put in the right colors. I'm silly.
It's nice to meet you, I'm stranger. Again tomorrow, it's nice to meet you. Have I seen you before? But not sad, it's nice to meet you.
Hey there, Cameron. Carmen, sorry, I didn't want to say Cameron. I'm doing okay. Right now, testing something. Let's try one sector, and if I don't like it, let's go to a different, the other color, the regular one. I'm actually the wrong color right there, right now. I like the darker color. I apologize. On that count, it was just me already saying it wrong. So yeah. I like this color more than I saw it there. Don't I do something a little insane? This gets too conflicting. I won't do this bit, but I'm doing a little bit of a test, really. appreciate you too. Let's see, put there. There. Maybe I liked it more like this the other way when I first see. Again, gain a bit of a feel. Let's see. Wow. I think I might like to. Well, let me first see it from a distance before I fully judge it here. But I think I might like the bear when it was all white below. And then if so, I will go back and redo that. So it looks like from 100%. It does. I don't dislike it as much when we were a little bit further away. What do you guys think? You think I should go back to more of a pure, like white and not these other colors here down below? Or do you guys think it's good with crisscross match? I think it might. I won't say what I'm thinking right now. I'll see what you guys think without my input for a sec. For the lower half of the body, do you think it's better if it was all sort of the same color before we go back and modify it from that? I think it might look better with a little bit of crisscross there. By some dark? Just to balance that out? Okay. Is this like the right distribution of dark? Or you think it might not be there? Because I'm debating. You know what? Actually, I thought of something that might help balance the design out. I'm gonna try something. Might make me like this a little bit more. There, like that for a second. Help it balance out a little bit more. I'm trying to do something a little bit simple, but it works okay here. know it's looking like this. This is one below. See, this runs design. That makes it look too thin. I didn't even say put the color for the ears. This okay. I can do that. It's the side view, it's gonna get a little bit interesting, but yeah. I realized that the color's a little bit wrong, that's what's bothering me. I took the camera on this color. I think that being there and for the side stuff is fine. The body, I do it slightly differently. It's not the right color for this. This is. Oh, Steven? What is that? Oh, I'm doing okay. This is for rent stuff, for the record. It's not like I'm dying or something. We've met our goal already. Got a little bit more I want to do. I'm just doing another color experiment. If I don't like this, I'll convert it back. Oh, I think I might actually prefer that. Let me first go back though. I think so too, looking at them. I'm just going to look them side by side. But the bright side is, it's easy enough to undo. It's not bad to do little experiments to see how that looks. Wait, what's music? This music is from FNAF, dude. Okay, right, I need to fix the one pixel I forgot about that earlier. That's silly of you too, but no, it's not. Do I like this design? Do I want to go back to the drawing board before I do the other directions? It might fit for the game I'm thinking of, too. Before I move on to anything else, do you guys have any thoughts about this character? Think it could be better? Think I should go back to the drawing board? Think you like it? Do you think that I should change something about it? It's supposed, from the side angle, it's going to look a little bit different. I'm a little bit worried about a few things about it. At the same time, I don't hate it. So, but I'm not going to say my opinions. I guess I'll just think. Sometimes being distant from it, so yeah. A game called Disturbing, which is a 5-day project. Mother enemy is not a bad thing to say about it. I don't specifically think that, but I see why you think that. That makes any sense. Down the legs. Norman thinks it's been designed.
Your sanctuary has been ravaged. Your tranquility disturbed. Your shrine stained, corrupted, grossly invaded by violence. This desecrated fortress.
I'm gonna do it from the side. And I guess let's do it to it.
Judge me too harshly, for I obey a desperate law that falls with my strength and my weakness.
I'll put this over here, just keep some height and color things in mind. I'm gonna start off with the head, because this is probably gonna be one of the more complicated parts of this one. No, not that. It'd be easier if we just go like this, and then I can judge it from there.
Within the rapture of my last death, I live only through your vibrant life.
We didn't go all the way through there, so... In fact, let me make this design a little bit more interestingly odd. 2, 3... Really went... Hello, Grayson. What do you think of this feller at the moment? I'll let you type in there and go here. I hope things go okay. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. One, 2, 3. It'll be a little bit easier than you might expect, because I'm going to cheese it a little bit. Might make the square thing a little bit smaller, but that's okay. That's kind of what I expected to do anyways. All that. Some parts of this design will start to make a little bit more sense with what your bag is about to see. Only some of it, though. Too strong there. I guess I could just do it kind of like. Even though this should be a box, I think I'd like it a little bit more if I took off the corner pieces. Maybe if I did something sort of like this. The arm and stuff in separate layers. No, wait, that's way below, and I know why it's way below too. Where I forgot about this part of the design. I'll just for a second copy and paste this part of the text. It's gonna help me keep track of where I want this to eventually. I almost forgot about something entirely, which I'm happy I remember right now. Perfecto. be like that. Wants me more like that. Just a quick idea. Maybe some. I don't know. Yes, I'm making a very bizarre main character right now, don't mind me. I don't think I eat pickled jellyfish. For a few reasons. I don't think I like it. I like jellyfish. I want to eat them. Yes, I do eat ducks. I wouldn't say I like ducks. That's a little bit of strong praise for me about ducks. Not there. I think ducks can be cute. Yeah. Doesn't mean I love them. I'm gonna be upfront with you, I'm not the biggest fan of birds. Many are, I'm not. I had childhood traumatic experiences with birds. Now, given they were not ducks, but they were birds, which I think gave me a permanent, not dislike, but I'm not gonna mourn a bird, is where I'm at. I care about most animals, and I don't hate birds, but I'm not gonna mourn them. I guess aversion is a good word for it. But now the second part of this, which can be part of the fun. Oh, hey, Kendall. I remember that incident, but that's not the reason for my bird distaste. Yep. Okay. I think this might be the most bizarre main character I've ever made in a game. I didn't start off today thinking I'm gonna make the weirdest main character I've ever made in a game. That's definitely how it's been going. Wait till I'm done with the side sprite, but yeah. I think it's a weirder design than Cutie. I really do. If others disagree with me, that's up to them, of course. Just how I personally feel right now at the moment. Yeah. Look at our protagonist, everybody. Now, the thing that I'm cheating a little bit is animating this character is actually going to be stupidly easy. Really, the only thing that needs to move is the hands a little bit and the legs. The rest of it can be pretty stationary. Like maybe a little bit of movement, but not a whole lot. I'm sure it's been asked a few times. I mean, like, what art program I use right now? I just use GIMP. It's what I'm used to. Frankly speaking, I can probably copy and paste a bit of this after all the checkered patterns again. I will make some alterations, but
It's nice to meet you, kind stranger. Again tomorrow, it's nice to meet you. Have I seen you before? But not sad, it's nice to meet you, kind stranger. Again tomorrow, it's nice to meet you. Never knew you very well, now you don't at all. Where does that leave me? Where does that leave me? You say
that's a nice song.
felonies all day. Magic shows and it's more thoughts, more cold.
Well, that's what I use. I've got my opinion. That's just what I'm used to, so you know. Yeah.
Have I seen you before? When I'm sad, it's nice to meet you.
I'm a stranger. Have I seen you before?
Again tomorrow, it's nice to meet you. Those radicals that dictate your crimes. Those that family who won't give you time. A pair of siblings who seek to justify. Diving deep and losing sense to justify.
I'm gonna do the arms last because that's probably gonna be the most complicated thing, honestly. They probably just kind of copy the legs. That probably would work. Position slightly different, except the one leg is gonna be a bit more different.
Have I seen you before? When I'm sad, it's nice to meet you. I'm a stranger.
I've seen you before.
Again tomorrow, it's nice to meet you. Have I seen you before?
I guess I want to keep all the leg pieces in different layers just so I can sort of move them around later.
Again tomorrow, it's nice to meet you. Have I seen you before? When I'm sad, it's nice to meet you. Kind stranger. Again tomorrow, it's nice to meet you.
Maybe if I I move this one over with a bit more natural? A little bit. Okay. Looks a lot thinner from this side. I should make it a little bit more thick than it is. Maybe it's a little bit more front heavy, but I do want to push it back just a little bit. Especially in the back, I think. Even too. I don't want to do it in the selecting tool. I could literally just take the colors. That's what I was doing. Okay. I think I can remove this one leg without looking too out of the ordinary there. That's good for the leg stuff. Alrighty. Good stretch. Now it's time for one of the harder parts, the arms. I'm actually going to do the white part there. I was afraid to do the black out. Actually, maybe I should start from here and then work backwards. We're going to start mixing and matching. moves a little back and forth here. As I go and do things. I actually want to do copy and paste this thing, so it's on this layer, based on this layer, because I generally kind of know where it goes. Probably, I think, figure out some other pieces of this. That did help. Thought might. I think I completely filled that in. Let's find out. I did not. I messed up. Arms remain really odd looking from the side. At the same time, though, it kind of adds to the weird design of this thing. That said, there is an aspect I say I can change, which I will change. As above, so below, I guess is all I'm gonna do over here. This one should be a little easier because it's more in the background, but still. Rise out the hour. I'll just give it a little bit of a finger glimpse here as opposed to everything about it. How do you like it? Okay, before I give up on our little soldier's design and be like, yeah, does this seem good to you guys? I think I should rework these two little sides of the character that we're demonstrating here. You see, yeah, that should be good. He is very odd. Definitely the awesome character I ever made. Shaped like a foe.
Your sanctuary has been ravaged.
It's fair to say. Very fair.
Your tranquility disturbed.
I'm gonna change something about the legs that I sort of pulled out from it.
Corrupted.
It's like a small thing. It's just a thing I'm thinking. So I'm gonna do it.
This desecrated fortress. I search for consolation. My troubled soul. Do not judge me too harshly. For I obey a desperate law that forms both my strength and my weakness. If your heart is wounded, mine bleeds too.
Small alteration, but an alteration all the same. Part of me thinks, should I make a more appealing character? And part of me is like, maybe I should just go for a really weird as hell character. The whole point is they're weird as hell. You think it's killing? Oh my god. Back in my wrist. I love this. Now I'm debating, do I feel like doing the rest right now? I'm getting a little sleepy and a little hungry. And honestly speaking, I could probably do the rest all when I have a little bit of free time on Halloween. I could do it now though as well. The back is probably going to be the trickiest part. Well, no, because I need to do the pipes and all that from that angle. The body and legs I can probably just flip my hand out.
Within the rapture of my last death, I live only through your vibrant life.
Well, not all the characters. Some of them will be more normal than our protagonists. Some of them will be weirder than our protagonists. So, well, hey, if there's one thing I can say about this protagonist is I've never seen a game star a similar protagonist. So that's good. It'll be as it does. So for the walking cycles, mainly all I have to do is the legs and the hand movement a little bit. Outside of that though, it's pretty much straightforward. And then the back is going to be a little more complicated because I need to do the pipe work from the back. So, because you can't see the pipes really from the front, but you can't see them from the side, and you would be able to see them from the back. So. Anyways, that is this. We will definitely 100% continue this game on the 1st of November. I'm going to be busy tomorrow, which is Halloween. Outside of this, the one thing I might get done, maybe I may or may not finish this character sprite by the 1st. We shall see. It may be exactly where you see it now, or it may be finished. The thing which I can say as well is that the music, and I'll probably get some coding done, because we know we're doing a 3D game. I'll copy and paste the 3D engine and do some bits and pieces there. On top of that, I may do all the music. I don't need a very extensive soundtrack. I don't want to go with a limited soundtrack, but I'll probably do something. And yeah. Until then, I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. We'll be streaming again on November 1st. I'll probably start earlier and go for longer than I did today. But for now, I shall bid adieu to all of you. Have a wonderful day.